Evan, you may be seated. Does the state waive the call, jury?
State waives, Your
Mr.
Honor.
Davis waive the call?
Waives, Your Honor.
Mr. Jordan waive the call? Mr. Ronaldo? Welcome back, folks. Thanks for being with us promptly again today. I do apologize for a little bit later start than we anticipated. Give you a little schedule of what's going to happen. The state's going to continue their proof this morning. You're going to hear what I anticipate to be a fairly brief witness. After that witness testifies, we're going to take another short recess because there's a legal matter I have to address. And then we'll come back and after that matter and get rolling with the rest of the proof. But we do have one short witness, so General, if you please go ahead and call that witness.
Call Phil Jenks.
Mr. Jenks, come forward, sir. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the case now on trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear.
Please have a seat, investigator.
Please tell us your name, sir.
Philip Jenks,
Where are you employed?
the Knoxville Police Department.
How long have you been with the Knoxville Police Department?
24 years.
What do you do with the Knoxville Police Department?
I'm currently assigned to the organized crime unit. Excuse me. I'm a criminal investigator in that unit.
Sir, if I can direct your attention back to February 15th, 2021.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you assisting the violent crime unit with the Knoxville Police Department?
I was.
And what was your role with that?
Oftentimes, the violent crimes unit or any other unit in the police department will call and request our unit to assist with surveillance operations. We're a plainclothes unit. We drive plain cars and things like that. On that day, I had received information that a vehicle that was the subject of a be on the lookout bulletin related to this case was possibly located behind an apartment complex on Washington Avenue, and I and other units or other officers in my unit responded to assist with surveillance of that vehicle.
And what address did you respond to?
It was 2055 Washington Avenue.
And where is that in relation? And you're familiar with the Austin East High School?
Yes, ma'am.
Where is that in relationship to Austin East High School?
It's north of Austin East. It's on the other side of Magnolia Avenue from Austin East, but in the same general neighborhood.
When you responded to 2055 Washington, what did you observe?
When I arrived, I pulled into the alley from the west, and I did observe the vehicle, which was a blue Nissan Altima, parked off the alley, but kind of in a parking lot area behind that small apartment complex.
So what you did do?
I coordinated with other investigators in my unit to begin surveillance on that vehicle. The goal was to sit and watch and see if anyone came and went from the vehicle or if the vehicle got mobile. We watched the vehicle for probably in the neighborhood of 2 hours, and there was no activity.
So what did you do?
After consultation with the Violent Crimes Unit investigators, ultimately we decided to go ahead and approach the vehicle, make sure no one was inside it, secure it, and have it towed.
And did you search the vehicle at all?
No, ma'am, I did not.
And so you had it towed?
Yes, ma'am, I had it towed to the forensics unit.
Next, if we can photographs here. If I
Yes,
can
ma'am.
approach. Shows you a series of photos.
Yes, ma'am.
Exhibits 202 through 207.
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recognize exhibits 202 through 207?
I do.
And what are those photographs of?
Those are photographs of the blue Nissan Altima that was towed from Washington Avenue to the forensics unit. These photographs were taken in the garage at the forensics unit.
We'd like to put in the evidence exhibits 202 through 207.
Any objections?
None.
Very well.
And sir, this is a two-page document here. I want to show you the top page, exhibit 208. Do you recognize exhibit 208?
I do.
And what do you recognize exhibit 208 to be?
That's the apartment complex at 2055 Washington Avenue. Excuse me, this photograph's taken from the front from Washington Avenue.
And in that photograph, do you see where the car was parked?
Yes, ma'am, the general area, it was behind this structure near where the tree is behind the complex on the right side if looking at the front of the photograph.
And exhibit 208, is that, if you turn the page,
Yes,
is that
ma'am.
just an enlarged
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
So that's gonna be 208.
208, yes, is a enlarged copy of the smaller photograph in the second page.
We'd like to move into evidence exhibit 208.
Any objection?
And we'd like 208A.
Well, hold on a second, there may be an objection.
I do object to the 208, only for IU purposes only.
So what I'm asking to do is to move exhibit 208 in as evidence, but 208A just for ID.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, you're right, Ms. Robin. Yeah, so 208 is in, 208A will mark for ID.
And then 342, you recognize exhibit 342?
I do.
And what is exhibit 342?
It is appears to be a screen capture of a map of, generally speaking, East Knoxville.
And do you see on that map where it was that you located this blue Nissan Altima?
I do.
And where was that?
It's at the corner of Washington Avenue and Olive Street, and this map is, the printing on it's very small, but I do see the general location.
Can you mark that with this red marker?
Yes.
For the record, you mark that with a circle.
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to move into evidence exhibit 342.
Any objection?
Okay.
Be 342?
I'd like to publish these
You may finish.
exhibits. Exhibit 202.
Yes, ma'am. That is the blue Nissan Altima photograph in the forensics garage from the passenger side.
203.
A photograph of the same vehicle from the front passenger side.
204.
That is a photograph of the same blue Nissan Altima from the front.
205.
A photograph of the same blue Nissan Altima from the front driver's side.
206.
That is a photograph of the same blue Nissan Altima from the driver's side.
207.
And it's a photograph of the same blue Nissan Altima from the rear.
208.
That is the apartment complex at 2055 Washington Avenue, where the vehicle was located.
And what road is this?
That's Washington Avenue,
And this road here on the side?
North Olive Street.
And where on this photo was the car parked?
It was in the area of this tree, a little bit further to the left and kind of out of sight from Washington Avenue, but in the rear near that tree.
Can I make that 2B? I'm sorry, 208B.
Sure. Any objection to 208B?
And for the record, you circled that with the green marker?
Yes, ma'am.
Before you erase that, let's make sure I did this right. All right, I captured it. Do you know how to erase that?
No,
So
sir.
just hit the little green arrow up there so you get the tools to come back out. And then it's clear. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Sir, this is 342. Can you explain to the jury? See if I can. You recognize exhibit 342?
I do.
I think I can make that bigger.
Yes, ma'am.
If you could, explain to the jury, what are we looking at here?
This is a map that shows the location of Austin East High School there at Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue and South Henry Street.
And what's the street that runs alongside Austin East?
To the west is South Henry Street, and to the northeast is South Elmwood Street.
And what's the street name?
Tarleton Avenue.
And this yellow line?
That's East Magnolia Avenue.
And you said, where was the car located?
It was at the corner of Olive Street and Washington Avenue.
And do you see that on this map?
I do.
And is this right a little bit bigger for you?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you point to it on this map as to where that was located?
I can. The apartment complex, 2055 Washington Avenue, is located here.
So, this is a PDF form of the map, and so we'd like to make this PDF form Exhibit 348A.
342.
I'm sorry, 342A, and then that marking, if we can make that 342B.
Any objection to either of those? All right, very good. So, let's
Yes, sir.
capture this.
Do you have a sticker on it?
Yes. I've got 342A.
You're good.
Let me erase that.
Those there, please.
So, you said you had the car taken to the garage.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you assist the violent crimes unit on February 16th?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was your involvement with the violent crimes unit on February 16th?
It was to assist the violent crimes unit and other officers. My role was to secure a street at the front of the neighborhood while other officers took the defendants into custody.
And where was this neighborhood located?
The house was on Cathedral Lane, which is off of Rutledge Pike in East Knox County.
Now, and you said you were blocking the road? or
Yes,
securing
ma'am.
the road. Now, at some point in time, did you assist by taking Mr. Jordan into custody?
I did.
And so explain to us what you did when you took Mr. Jordan into custody.
When I arrived at the residence, Mr. Jordan and Mr. Davis were both seated in the driveway of the residence. I assisted Mr. Jordan off the ground, escorted him to a marked patrol car that I had summoned to respond to the scene. As I was placing him in the back seat of the patrol car, I asked Mr. Jordan if he had anything on his person that I was going to search him, and he stated he had some
Actually,
keys.
here's, well, we had,
What's your objection?
the issue, can we approach?
Sure. Junior, make it.
What did you say you had?
Mr. Jordan said he had some keys in one of his socks, I searched his socks, and in one of his socks, I found two Nissan key fobs on a plastic keychain.
And what did you then do with those key fobs?
I transported them to the forensics unit where the Nissan had been towed the day before. The Nissan was still there. It was being processed by the forensics unit. When I arrived, I pressed the buttons on the key fobs and found that they actuated the locks on the blue Nissan Altima that had been towed the day prior. They were the keys for that vehicle.
Sir, do you recognize Exhibit 343?
This is 343. I do.
And what is Exhibit 343?
That is a screen capture from a body cam video at Cathedral Lane on February 16th, 2021. And it is a screenshot of me escorting Mr. Jordan to the patrol car.
Would like to make Exhibit 3 move into evidence Exhibit 343?
Any objection?
No.
Very well.
And Exhibit 339, you want to take a look at that, open that, see if you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am. This is a Knoxville Police Department general property envelope that I filled out when I confiscated one of the Nissan key fobs that was on the plastic keychain in Mr. Jordan's sock. This is just the envelope that we secure the evidence in. It's sealed with evidence tape. It was sealed by me on the date that it was seized.
We would like to publish the photograph we just moved into evidence.
You may publish.
Yes, sir.
Carry on Exhibit 343.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am. That's the photograph of me escorting Mr. Jordan to the patrol car at the residence on Cathedral Lane.
You said in the organized crime unit, I take it, did you have body cameras?
We did not at that time, no. We do now, but we did not at that time.
And for the record, what is this exhibit that you're holding?
This is one of the key fobs that was removed from Mr. Jordan's sock by me on that date, and that was what was sealed in the general property envelope.
And that's what you confiscated.
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to move to evidence exhibit 339.
Any objection?
Can I examine it first?
Sure, yes.
What happened to the other key fob?
It was left with the vehicle so that the tow truck driver could have access to it.
So, for clarification, he's only returned one.
Yes,
fob, correct?
this one right here. Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Very good. It'd be 339.
Ask this.
Cross-examination. Who would like to go first? Mr. Robinette?
Sure. Morning, Officer Jinks. How are you?
Morning, sir. I'm doing well, thank you.
So, the vehicle, did you find that vehicle?
I had received information from other officers that it was at that location. So other officers had found it before me. I just responded to assist.
Okay. So you responded, and the other officer, they didn't. Do you know? Are you aware if the other officers seen who got out of that vehicle?
No, sir, I don't believe so.
Did you see who got out of that vehicle?
I did not.
And when did when did you respond to this vehicle, the location to the vehicle?
It was in the afternoon on February 15th. I'm not exactly sure what time. Somewhere around 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, I believe.
So was this vehicle the only vehicle in the parking lot?
No, sir, there were several vehicles there.
Okay, but you didn't tow the other vehicles.
That's correct.
You only towed this specific one.
That's correct.
Okay, were there any other blue vehicles around the area?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you survey the area?
I did.
Okay, did you talk to the residents?
I did.
Okay, and did anybody identify who vehicle belonged to?
They did not know.
And did anybody identify whether the vehicle belonged to Mr. Jordan?
No, sir.
And did anybody identify that Mr. Jordan was the one that got out of the vehicle?
No, sir.
And you say that you found the two key fobs in Mr. Jordan's socks, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you left one in the vehicle?
I did.
Okay. And the other one you put in evidence just now, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And does this key fob works with the Nissan?
Yes, both key fobs worked with the Nissan.
And so the only thing you found is the key fob, but you never see Mr. Jordan in that vehicle, correct?
No, I did not. That's
Okay,
correct.
you did not see him drive the vehicle, correct?
No, sir, I did not.
And you found this the key fob on February 16, 2021, is that correct?
That's correct.
So that's 4 days after the incident, am I right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and you do not know if Mr. Jordan had possession of the same key fobs on February 12, 2021.
No, sir. I only know that I took them from his sock on the 16th.
So I just want to to clarify that you didn't see Mr. Jordan driving that vehicle on February 12th.
I did not.
Okay. And in fact, you don't even know if he was there at Austin East on February 12th.
No, I don't have any personal knowledge of that.
You say you took Mr. Jordan into custody at Cathedral Lane, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you know who the house belonged to?
I know Mr. Davis lived there. I do not know who the house actually belonged to.
Okay. But do you know if the house belonged to Mr. Jordan?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Mr. Isaacs?
Morning, Investigator Jinks.
Good morning, sir.
My name is Gregory Isaacs, and I, along with Ms. Mathis, represent Mr. Davis. You're aware the shooting happened on February 12th, correct?
Correct.
And your involvement originated 3 days later on the 15th, correct?
That's correct.
And your task was to surveil the blue Altima, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the Altima was located at Washington and Olive behind an apartment complex, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was approximately 7 miles from the location where you executed a search warrant on Cathedral Lane, correct?
It was, I don't know exactly how far, but I'd say that's probably close, yes, sir.
I think if I was speaking Google, does 6.6 sound correct?
It was pretty, somewhere in that neighborhood, yes, sir.
And in terms of your surveillance, you never saw Mr. Davis anywhere near that vehicle, correct?
That's correct.
And you also, and when I say you, the Royal U officers canvassed the neighborhood at the apartment complex at Washington and Olive, correct?
Yes, sir.
And absolutely no one put Mr. Davis at that location with the Altima 6.6 miles away from from Cathedral, correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And 4 days later, you were present at the execution of the search warrant at 614 Cathedral, correct?
Yes, sir. 4 days after the shooting, yes, sir.
And that's a house off Rutledge Pike, correct?
Yes,
And you went there with other officers, correct?
I did.
And when you went there, you encountered a number of individuals, correct?
Yes, sir, there were several.
And
people.
those individuals were young, correct?
Some of them, yes.
Those individuals were about the same height and age as Mr. Davis and Mr. Jordan, correct?
Age, I would say yes. As far as their height, I don't recall.
And there were approximately 6 individuals in the house?
Yes, sir, approximately.
And you have no idea, other than retrieving the keys and the remotes from Mr. Jordan, who had been in the Altima between the 12th and the 16th, correct?
That's correct. I have no knowledge of that.
Nothing further.
Redirect.
Yes, the other individuals in the house?
Yes, ma'am.
How many were females?
I know there were at least 2, maybe 3 females. I just don't recall exactly who all was there.
And then you had the 2 defendants.
Correct.
Can you recall anyone else?
No, I'm sorry, I just don't recall who all was there. My focus was on the defendants.
Thank you.
Mr. Robinette? Mr. Isaacs?
No.
Thank you, investigator. Have a good morning.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sorry, Your Honor. If I can have a redirect. Screenshot. Other people that
Not yet.
Three sixty-three. Recognize exhibit 363.
I do.
And what is exhibit 363?
That is also a screen capture from a body cam that was present there on Cathedral Lane. In this screen capture, there are, I believe, 2 females with a dog and 1 male that are sitting at the edge of the driveway, at the end of the driveway at the edge of the road.
I'd like to make exhibit 363.
Any objection?
No.
Very well. 363.
Passwords.
Mr. Robinette?
So these 3 individuals, did they come from the house?
As I understand it, yes, they were inside the house.
Okay, so 3 individual, and then you say Mr. Jordan and Mr. Davis were in there.
Correct.
And do you have any other individuals in there?
There was an older female that was a relative of Mr. Davis. I don't know exactly what her relationship was, but there was another female there
And
as
these
well.
3 individuals, do you know if they reside within that residence?
I do not know.
That's all right.
Mr. Isaacs?
No questions.
General? No, sir. Have a good day, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, folks, so there is a legal issue I need to address at this time before our next witness. So once again, don't discuss this case among yourselves. You can leave notebooks and chairs, go with the officers. I'll see you here in about 10 minutes or so. All right, folks, you can have a seat. All right, it was brought to my attention this morning that there may be a potential that we have one of our jurors who maybe has had some inappropriate contact with a family member or somebody outside of the jury about this case. And so I'll ask you, Mr. Isaacs, at this time, do you want to present any evidence on that issue? Yeah, oh yeah, I'm sorry.
Mr. Davis would like to pursue the issue.
Okay, if you please present your evidence on that matter.
We call Miss Katina Davis.
Ms. Davis, you come up and just want to stand next to me?
What's her-
Just right over here, ma'am. solemnly swear or affirm the testimony I'm about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Welcome back, Ms. Davis. Just have a seat right there.
May we approach? All right, Ms. Davis, state your name for the court.
My name is Katina Davis.
And Ms. Davis, have you been here during the course of this trial?
I have.
And what is your relationship, if any, with Deondre Davis?
Deondre is my nephew.
And during the course of this trial, did you notice something that you brought to Ms. Mathis's attention?
I did.
And would you tell Judge Sword what you observed?
Well, when the jury was coming in, I'll be looking, I don't know, I'm nosy. And I'll be looking and I'll caught the black woman she turned her head and her mouth was moving towards the family, towards that direction. I don't know who she was talking to. I don't know what she said, but it's on camera. I mean, you can look on it.
And you observed this, was this yesterday?
Yesterday, yes.
And do you recall the approximate time that you observed that
Yes.
action?
It was the first time they came into the box. The morning.
And where are you sitting, or were you sitting in the gallery when you made your observation?
Right there where I was sitting yesterday.
Okay, well, right there, you're going to have to
Okay,
make it a record.
beside my sister, right there.
On the front
Yes,
row,
on the front row.
front pew,
Uh-huh.
as we say in church, right there, kind of behind counsel, correct?
Yes.
And was your view of the juror direct, or
Oh,
was
clear.
it obstructed?
No, it was clear. I could see clear.
And Ms. Davis, are you testifying truthfully about your observations here this morning in this
God
court?
is my witness, and cameras can see it, I'm sure.
Nothing
Go back
further.
and look.
Mr. Robin, any questions?
Good morning,
Good
ma'am.
morning.
Did you hear the juror say anything?
I heard her mouth, I seen her mouth moving,
So you
like
didn't,
she was speaking.
so you didn't hear her say anything?
I just seen her mouth moving. She was mouthing, she was talking.
But my question to you is, did you hear her say
I just seen her mouth moving as she was talking. I mean, she could have been crazy and just, but other than that, I seen her talking to someone.
Okay, so just to be clear, you didn't hear her say anything?
I mean, I seen her talking to someone.
You saw her mouth?
That's clear. I seen her talking to someone.
And do you know who she's
No,
talking?
I didn't. I seen her face was this way, like this, speaking. Her head was turned that way, speaking to someone.
So you
I don't know who.
You don't know who
No.
she was mouthing?
Yes, she was.
Mouthing something to somebody, but you
Yes.
don't know who. And you
Eye
don't,
contact and everything to someone. I don't know who.
did you see who she was looking? You said eye contact. How do you know she was maintaining?
Because I seen her eyes, her whole face was turned that way. Her whole face and was turned that way, talking, mouthing something to someone.
Eye contact to somebody mouthing something.
Yes, yeah, she was. Sorry.
Don't know if it was to the wall.
It was to somebody, she was mouthing to someone. No, it wasn't to the wall. It wasn't to the wall. You can look on camera and see it. I know you, no, I don't know who.
Yes, ma'am.
I do not.
Anything else, Mr. Isaacs?
No, sir.
Ms. Robinette? Thank you, Ms. Davis.
Thank
have a
you.
seat back there. All right, Mr. Isaacs, do you want to present any other proof on that?
No, as we discussed earlier, I think the law is clear that when you have an issue of, and I mean this in the legal umbrella, juror misconduct, interaction or whatever, that the burden shifts to the state to affirmatively address that issue once it's raised. So I think that we have met our burden of raising the issue, and so if the state does not wish to rebut, that issue, then we would ask for the juror to be removed. But I think the burden would now be on the state.
Well, are you wanting to bring in the juror and question her?
I'm just saying for the record, it's our position that the state has the burden, and that is our proof, which is uncontroverted, and that is what we would like to present.
Ms. Robinette, do you want to hear? All right, General, what do you say?
I don't know that there has been any proof submitted to Your Honor that the juror has engaged in any juror misconduct at all. In order to keep the record clean, if we want to bring the juror in and question the juror as to whether or not she was mouthing something to somebody, that's fine with the state, but I don't believe that there's any proof that this juror has done anything wrong.
Yeah, I think at this point, without Ms. Davis being able to articulate what was being said, or even if words were being said and who they were being said to, I don't think that that is proof of juror misconduct. Now, I will give Mr. Davis's counsel an opportunity to question the juror about that, Ms. Abston, but at this point, I don't find that there has been any showing of misconduct on part of the juror. Do you want me to bring her in here and let you question her, or?
Your Honor, for the record, we would rely on State versus West, and that places the burden directly on the state. I do not feel it. I do not want to question this juror.
That's all.
Because I think it would create an inference that we are attacking her in some way.
Well, you are, aren't you?
Well, that's lawyers.
Oh, wait a second. Now listen, I have had it with comments from the peanut gallery on this side of the courtroom. Now, I've told y'all before, if there's comments being made from the folks in the seats out there while this case is proceeding and court's in session, I will excuse you and you will not be able to sit in here. I don't want to hear another word from you, Ms. Davis, unless you're called to testify, or whoever that was. Ms. Davis, you've been very polite with me throughout this trial, but I thought it was you. Whoever said that, I'm not going to tolerate it anymore. So, Mr. Isis, you've told me you don't wish to further question Ms. Abston. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes, you do want to question.
I do not wish to question Ms. Abston. Thank you for letting us raise the issue.
The court finds that there's been no showing of misconduct on the part of Ms. Abston. If you want to explore it further, I will let you do it. But based upon what I've heard now, we don't have it. So let's bring the jury back in, and General, call your next witness.
Brandon Williams?
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, do I have permission just to step out briefly while they come in and you continue?
Yeah, go ahead. Whatever, you may be seated. The state waive the call, jury.
State waived, Your Honor.
Ms. Mathis, you waive the call.
Waive, Your Honor.
Ms. Robinette, you waive the call. Folks, Mr. Isis had to step out just for a second on an unrelated matter. He'll be back in here real soon, though. So we're going to go ahead and continue. Our next witness is on the stand. Sir, if you please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the case now on trial be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat, sir.
Use your projector, please.
You may.
Give us your name, sir,
My name is Brandon Glover.
and where are you employed?
I'm employed by the Knoxville Police Department.
How long have you been employed there?
I've been employed at the Knoxville Police Department since October 18th, 2004.
And what is your current assignment?
I'm an investigator assigned to the Organized Crime Unit.
Back on February 16th, 2021, were you also employed at the Knoxville Police Department?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And what was your position then?
At that time, I was employed as an investigator with the Organized Crime Unit, and I was also assigned to the FBI as a task force officer with the Safe Streets Task Force.
And sir, did you assist the Violent Crimes Unit with some observations at 1614 Cathedral?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us about your actions that day?
On that morning, I received a telephone call from one of the Violent Crimes Unit supervisors, and
And what was it? As a result of that call, what did you do? Don't tell us what they said, but what did you do?
correct, I went to the address, and once I arrived there, I observed the residence as well as a vehicle that was parked out in front of the residence.
Back in the approach.
Amen.
Show me exhibit 239. Do you recognize exhibit 239?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is exhibit 239?
That is the residence on Cathedral Lane.
If I can move exhibit 239 in this evidence?
Any objection?
No.
Be 239.
If I can display that.
You may.
Exhibit 239, is this what we're talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so you observed the house there. What did you then do next?
After I observed the house, I drove past it and turned around in the cul-de-sac and exited the street and took up a position of stationary surveillance on an adjacent street.
Now, this next exhibit has already been moved in. It's 260. Looking at exhibit 260, do you see approximately where you were?
Yes, I do. So there is a tree that you can see the top of. In this area right here, but in the yard because this porch is elevated. So I made my way into the backyard of the residence just prior to the defendants being taken into custody.
While you were standing back there, what were you looking for? Why were you observing?
I was in the backyard in a containment position just prior to the defendants being taken into custody to ensure that no one tried to leave from the back of the residence.
Now, while you were in the backyard, did you observe some movement?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Tell the jury what you saw.
Within moments of law enforcement making their presence known at the front of the residence, I observed a African-American male subject who was not wearing a shirt emerge from the back door of the residence and onto the elevated porch. And in that African-American male's possession was a firearm.
Can you describe the firearm?
I don't know the make and model of the firearm. I do know that it was a long gun or a rifle or shotgun. I knew that it was not a handgun, and I also know that it was black in color.
So what did you then do next?
I recall getting on the radio and letting the other officers on the scene know what I had observed. And moments later, that same subject went back inside the residence.
We would like to make, we can print that out and make that 268.
Any objection?
I've got the sticker.
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Passes.
Cross-examination, who wants to go first? Ms. Robinette?
Leave it up? Yeah, just leave it up, yes.
Officer Glover, how are you doing?
Good morning, sir.
Morning. You saying that you were standing here, correct?
I was on the property, yes. The actual location where I was standing cannot be seen in that photo, but it is below that tree.
Oh, so you were standing here, so you can see this porch right here? Is that what you're saying?
I could see the porch from the backyard, yes, sir.
Okay, so, but you marked in the green mark that you were here, correct?
Yes, in that general area, but on the property of the residents. Actually, where I was standing can't be marked because the view is obstructed by the porch itself in that picture.
When you say at the resident, you mean this resident or this resident?
The residence that has the porch in view of the photo.
Okay, so can you point in general location where you were standing at when you observed the individual?
Generally, where I was standing, like I said, I cannot point out the specific location
Okay, so,
because it's obstructed by the railing of that porch.
okay, can you give me okay, so you look at this porch.
Correct.
You said what is obstructing your view from this porch? Which one? This house, or this
So I was standing in the yard
in the yard? This right here,
of this residence.
this yard right here, that close to this porch right here.
Yes, sir.
But how far were you from this porch?
I would say approximately 20 yards.
20 yards, and this porch is elevated.
Correct.
Okay, and you saw this individual here or where around the porch?
Is standing on the back porch. It's a relatively small back porch.
Okay, this is when you go out to the porch, this is the left side, is that correct?
Yes.
And the porch go all the way down this direction. There's a right side to the porch too, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, now where did that individual stand at when you observed the person?
At the railing, near the railing of the porch.
This side? Or the right side of the porch?
No, he was standing
Here?
toward the kind of the corner, but the middle of the porch.
So the middle of the porch?
If you were to walk directly out from the doorway, he just walked straight out, just briefly.
So does the porch have this fence around all three sides? The left side, the front side, and the right side? Does it have all these woods blocking the view of the porch right here?
Yes, all of those vertical posts all the way around.
Okay, so you saying that you observe an individual without a shirt on, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you don't know the age of the person?
I know that he was young.
Okay, and you saying that you observed a firearms. What was the individual doing with that firearms that you observed?
He was holding it.
Okay, how was he holding it?
He was holding it in both of his hands.
Okay, and how tall is this individual?
I don't recall the height.
Okay, so from where you're standing in this porch, you saying he was holding right up here to me, or right down here, or right down here?
Above his waist.
Above his waist like this. Is that with both hands or just one hand?
I recall two hands.
Okay, so you were down, looking up at the porch, correct? You were in down the bottom of the hill, there was an incline, right? The porch is inclined.
Correct, the porch is off the ground, yes, sir.
And then you are down here on the slope. You see the slope here? Were you at the bottom of the slope, or?
You can't see any slope in the yard in that photo, sir.
Okay, but it's a little bit hilly, correct?
I don't recall how hilly the backyard was.
Okay, but you were looking up at the porch,
Correct.
and there's woods surrounding the porch.
There was actually just one tree without its leaves,
Okay,
as you can see from that photo. So
And-
the backyard is relatively open.
and that person was a young individual,
Yes, sir.
and he was holding the gun right here?
He was holding the firearm above the railing of the porch, so I was able to actually observe it.
And you saying that you are absolutely sure that it was not a handgun?
I am sure, yes, sir.
Okay. And did the individual fire the gun?
No, sir, he did not.
Okay. And that individual went back inside the house?
Yes, sir.
Right. And did you help execute the search warrant?
I did not help execute the search warrant.
Okay. Do you know whose house this is?
I don't recall who owns that house or who is renting that house, no, sir.
All right. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Davis.
Your Honor, if we can have just a moment to connect the
Sure.
computer.
Ready? Okay, let's give it a shot. There we go.
Good morning, Investigative Glover.
Good morning, sir.
My name is Gregory Isaacs. I, along with Ms. Mathis, represent Mr. Davis. You were there regarding the execution of a search warrant, when I say there, at Cathedral Lane, correct?
I was there at that address providing support to other law enforcement officers as the two defendants were being taken into custody.
Simple question. They were executing a search warrant. That's the reason you were there, correct?
Yes, there was a search warrant executed at the residence.
And you were positioned in the back of the residence, correct?
In the backyard, yes, sir.
Yeah. And now when Ms. Fitzgerald showed you Exhibit 260A with a green arrow mark insignia, you said you were there, correct? At that location?
In that general location.
Well, but we know now that that's not where you were, because you said when Mr. Robinson was asking you questions that you couldn't see where you were from that picture, correct?
My exact location, that's correct.
So you are, and I think your testimony was, at least 20 yards away, correct?
Approximately 20 yards, and that's a rough estimate.
60 feet.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so probably, would you agree, if I'm standing here with Mr. Davis or at this wall, probably the distance to the wall behind the jury, or farther?
If anything, sir, I would say probably closer.
Okay. And you would agree that the porch had an elevation, correct?
Yes, sir.
The elevation was probably 10 feet high in the air, correct?
I don't know the elevation of the porch.
And the porch was enclosed, correct?
Yes, sir.
Unlike the porch of the adjacent house, this one was completely enclosed, as we see here in that photo, correct?
Yes, sir.
And from your vantage point in the back of the yard, you would have been looking up at an angle 60 feet away, correct?
Yes.
And your view would have been impeded by the enclosed porch that is probably, you would agree with me, for standard building code and whatever, at least waist high, correct?
I don't recall how high exactly the railing of the porch is or was.
Well, would you agree that that photograph accurately depicts the porch as it existed on February 16th?
Yes, sir, I would.
And based on your knowledge and experience and the fact that you were there in the backyard, would you agree with me that that's probably 4.5 to 5 feet tall, correct?
I would say that's an accurate but approximate measurement.
And the person that you say you saw from that vantage point was a adolescent or a child, correct?
It was a young African-American male that I observed.
Under 6 feet tall, correct?
I don't know the height of the subject, sir.
And from your vantage point, 60 feet away, you're telling this jury that you saw a firearm, correct?
Yes, sir.
So did the individual that you saw have the firearm above their head?
No, sir.
Did they have it chest high?
It was around chest high, yes, sir.
Okay. And you're aware in offering support for the execution of that search warrant, there were a number of African-American children and adolescents at that location on Cathedral Lane, correct?
I know that there were multiple individuals in the residence that day, yes, sir.
And you do not have an opinion as to who was possessing the gun when they walked out, correct?
I can't identify the person who was in possession of the firearm.
And did you tell Investigator Cook that you saw one individual with a firearm, or did you tell him you saw two individuals with a firearm?
Just one, sir.
So if Mr. Cook compiled a report and you said there were two,
Hearsay.
Yes, sustained.
and you're certain about that, correct?
I only observed one individual emerge from the back of the residence onto the back porch, which is elevated. That individual was a young African-American male without a shirt and in possession of a black long gun. I could not determine whether it was a shotgun or a rifle.
And you indicated it was chest high. Can you describe to the jury how the unknown individual was holding the weapon when you observed them 60 feet away on the downhill angle?
Just with two hands above the railing. Obviously, if the subject was holding the firearm below his waist or very low, I would not have been able to see that.
So this young 14, 15, 16, 17-year-old would have had to be walking around like this, holding it above the railing. Did they see you?
I believe so.
They didn't point a gun at you, did they?
No, sir.
And just to be clear, you can't tell if it was a shotgun, long gun, what type of gun it was, correct?
I believe it was a long gun, so either a shotgun or a rifle.
And you can't identify the individual that you saw from 60 feet away with an uphill angle holding the shotgun, long gun, chest high, correct?
No, sir, I cannot.
Thank you, Investigator Glover.
Thank you.
Redirect.
No, sir.
Mr. Robinette. Thank you.
And can we move that photograph into evidence at this time, please?
Objection.
It's already in, if it is.
It's coming, I think it's already in, but it's definitely gonna come in again with Rosa Gonzalez.
All right, if it's not, we'll late file it, if it's not.
Thank you.
It's gonna be with Tracy Hunt.
Anybody need a break? Y'all still good? Why y'all all wearing orange? Is this a baseball game today or something? Coincidence? Next to me, please. Yeah, sure. Let me get sworn in real quick. Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony I'm about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please have a seat, Ms. Gonzalez. Give us just 1 minute. whichever is best for you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Rosa Gonzalez,
With whom are you employed, ma'am?
the Knoxville Police Department.
In what capacity?
I am a crime scene technician and certified as a crime scene analyst through the International Association for Identification.
How long have you been so employed?
I've been with KPD for about 5 years.
Were you so employed in February of 2021?
I was.
What are some of the duties and responsibilities in your particular job?
We respond to various scenes involving property crimes, major crimes such as homicides and shootings, among others, and our role there is to document, collect, and preserve the evidence.
In documenting and preserving that evidence, does that include taking photographs?
It does.
In obtaining and collecting evidence, what are some of the things that you collect?
We collect a number of things. It could be victims' clothing, it could be firearms, collect DNA, casings.
And in this particular case, did you work with another crime scene technician?
I did. I worked with several.
So, in regards to this particular case, were there instances in which you went to multiple locations?
Yes,
And in those locations, you did a number of things.
correct.
So let's talk about the acquisition of some clothing.
Okay.
What type of clothing did you acquire?
I responded to a scene on Wilson Avenue and I collected victims' clothing that was there.
I'm going to show you some of that and ask if you can identify that, all right?
Okay.
May I approach the witness?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you some photographs marked as exhibits 209 through 219 and ask if you can identify them.
Yes, these are photographs I took of the clothing at our lab on Fifth Avenue.
We would offer those exhibits, Your Honor.
Any objection? Very well. 209 through 219, you may publish.
May we publish?
You may. Oh, I'm sorry. Wrong table.
So in exhibit 209, what are we looking at?
This is a picture of a sweatshirt and jeans that I collected from the scene.
And it appears as if those particular items are on some sort of piece of paper?
Yes,
And what's the purpose of that?
just to prevent contamination of the clothing.
In 210?
That is a picture of one of the shoes, some items that were found with the clothing, and a black t-shirt that I also collected from the scene.
Is there another item that's in between the shoe and the piece of clothing?
Yeah, it's like a charging block in a white case of some sort.
And these all were obtained at the Wilson Avenue scene?
Yes.
211?
This is a picture of that same black sweatshirt that I collected from the scene. I have used scales to mark what I thought appeared to be bullet defects.
And is that normal and usual for you to mark particular items of clothing if there's a bullet defect?
Yes,
And that's what you did here with those two marks?
yes.
Exhibit 212?
This is the black t-shirt, and I did the same thing there with the scale.
The scale indicating a
What
bullet
appeared to be a bullet defect.
213.
That's just a close-up picture of the charging block in that case.
And 214?
This is the front view of that black sweatshirt. And again, I used a scale there to mark what appeared to be a bullet defect.
215.
That's just another angle of that same sweatshirt.
It appears to be the front.
Yes,
216.
it's a close-up of that same sweatshirt with that scale.
Indicating a bullet defect.
Yes.
217.
This is a picture of the jeans. That's the front of them.
And would it be fair to say that those are cut open on the inseam?
Yes.
And that's how you received them at the time?
Yes, I did. That's how they were found on scene. Usually it gets, the clothing gets cut off by EMS.
218.
That's another view of the black t-shirt.
And 219?
And then there I marked it with the scale, what appeared to be another bullet defect.
Very good. I think we have the clothing here. Next one, please. It's exhibit 344. I believe there's a set of gloves here that you might want to use if you're so inclined.
Right here.
Should we use scissors?
She has
I have a knife.
Before we open that, can you describe for the jury what that container is?
Yes, this is packaging from the medical examiner's office.
So you received these items from the medical examiner and they were packaged for you?
Yes, when we pick up evidence, they're already packaged.
Okay. And what is inside?
This is going to be a shoe, black and red.
All right, can you show the jury that particular item, please? And these were confiscated from the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
Okay. We would offer that exhibit, Your Honor. These particular items of clothing that you've shown the photographs of, including those shoes, you had indicated that you had placed them on this paper. And what was the purpose of placing these items on the paper?
To prevent cross-contamination.
Okay. Were any of the items taken and put into a facility at your location for drying purposes?
Yeah, so when I collected them from the scene, it was a wet day, so the ground was wet. And so when I took it back and after I photographed them, all the items that I took these photographs of went into the drying chamber. One of the pants appeared to have RBS on it, or reddish brown stain. So we always put them in the drying chamber to make sure that evidence doesn't get destroyed. RBS, reddish brown stain, can mold easily, so we want to make sure that it's completely dry before it gets packaged or anything. These particular items went to the medical examiner's office after I had already placed them in the drying chamber.
So before they went to the medical examiner, you took them and dried them out, packaged them?
Correct.
I'd like to show you Exhibit 345. May I approach? What is Exhibit 345? Can you tell from the bag?
I can, it's the blue pants.
Okay. Would you please show them to the jury?
We have some scissors too, so that would be easier.
Yeah, I think so. Thank you.
If you'd like to come down and you can please come on to the front here.
Yes, sir, please.
And what are those? We would offer that exhibit, Your Honor.
Any objection to 345? The 345?
Well, there's a hanger in there, so I'm checking with the hanger.
Okay. And it's probably just for drying, I assume. So yeah, we can, if we can pull the hanger out, then just keep the pants in there. We'll do it later. Just the pants are what's in evidence right now. We'll figure the hanger out later.
We clarify the hanger now.
Yeah, we'll take it out later. I'm just saying. That's
Well, yes, if the witness could explain why the hanger's there, maybe that would be helpful.
Yeah, so when we put items in our drying chamber, we hang them on hangers.
Sure.
Sorry. When we put our clothing items in the drying chamber, we hang them on hangers. And so when another tech took the items from the drying chamber to the medical examiner's office.
So just to be clear, folks, it's the pants that's the item of evidence, not the hanger. That's just, you can consider that as packaging, okay? You make it.
The next item is 346, which is the coat. Rotten. You can explain to the jury from the outside of the bag what is contained in it.
There you go.
Is that the sweatshirt?
This is a sweatshirt I wore from DC.
We removed that exhibit as well.
Any objection?
No objection, but the same.
Yeah, 346, so it's the coat, the sweatshirts, that's the exhibit, folks, not the hanger and the bag, okay? That's just, in there to keep it all together.
I'll swap it. This is exhibit 347. Can you tell from the other side what that is?
Yes, this is the t-shirt.
And we would move that exhibit as well.
Any objection? 347.
If you could go back to the stand, we have some more pictures for you to mirror.
You can just keep it on, it won't feedback.
Okay.
At some point in time, did you have an opportunity to view, examine, and photograph a blue Nissan Altima?
I did.
And where did that take place?
It happened at our garage at our Fifth Avenue lab.
Is that something that you normally have been called upon to do in the past?
Yes.
I'll show you what's been marked as exhibits 220 through 238.
Yes, sir.
I'll show you those exhibits. If you can look through them and let the jury know whether or not you recognize them.
Yes, I was present when these photographs were taken.
We remove these exhibits.
Any objection?
None, Your Honor.
220 through 238.
May we publish?
You may publish.
So in Exhibit 202, what are we looking at?
This is a picture of that Nissan Altima.
And it's in your Fifth Avenue garage?
It is.
And when you say that you process a vehicle, what's involved in your processing the vehicle?
When we process a vehicle, we usually start with photographs, and then and fingerprints, and then DNA.
And if there are any other items that would be considered evidence, do you confiscate those as well?
We do.
Very good. So that's the Nissan Altima 203? I'm sorry, 220?
That's a picture of the interior driver door.
And the next one?
That's a picture from the driver door looking into the car.
222?
It's a picture of a shell casing on the driver's seat.
Would that be an example of a piece of evidence that you would want to confiscate?
Yes.
And did you do so in this instance?
Yes.
223?
Here's a picture of the driver's side floorboard area.
Are you able to see the spent cartridge in the driver's seat in that particular picture as well?
Yes, I can see two.
In the lower right-hand corner?
Yes.
224?
There's a close-up photograph of the casing on the driver floorboard.
Yet another piece of evidence that you desire to confiscate?
Yes.
225?
A picture of the central console area
226?
inside of the center console storage compartment.
227?
A picture from the passenger side looking in.
228?
A picture of the interior passenger door.
229?
Picture of the interior rear passenger door.
230?
That's a picture looking in from the rear passenger door, looking into the car.
The next one?
And this is just from a different angle from the rear driver's side door,
And the next one?
the trunk.
Next?
Here we use placards to mark where those casings were.
Next?
A close-up of the casing on the seat,
And the next?
the casing on the floorboard with the placard number 2. This was a black sweatshirt that was found in the back seat. We used placard number 3.
Did you confiscate that as well?
Yes.
The next?
It's a picture of the glove box.
And
So
that?
that's a picture of the black sweatshirt.
And you put it on the brown paper?
Yes.
And the next? We'll stop at that and we'll talk about the sweatshirt. Exhibit 259? 359. We would move that exhibit, Your Honor.
Any objection? B3, the none. Sure. Yes, sir.
you can repackage that for us, please. And I've moved that into evidence.
Yes, sir, it is in, that's 359. I can just give it to Ms. Andrews right here.
Go back. Yeah. We have the shell casings that are marked as exhibits. The next numbered exhibits.
This picture here is, no, oh,
Yeah, they're going to show you the
okay.
envelopes.
May I approach the witness?
Yes, sir.
First, I'd like you to explain what that outside envelope is and what's inside.
This is a general property envelope. This is what, one of the kinds of envelopes that we use to package some of our evidence before it gets turned into property.
And inside that envelope, there's two other smaller envelopes. What is contained in that?
The two shell casings from the car that were collected by Tech Health.
So those shell casings that we saw you photograph, are those the same shell casings?
The photographs were taken by Tech Health, but I was there.
Okay. And those particular shell casings were confiscated?
They were.
And if you could, we would move both of those exhibits into evidence now so that she can open them and display them.
Any objection? Very well, 364 and 365. Do we know which is which, Mr. Dillon?
Can you tell which one is which from the placards?
Yes.
Please let the jury know.
So if you look at the white sticker, tell us, like 364 there, tell us which one that is.
Oh, 364.
Yeah.
Okay, it's this one here.
And where was that one? Is that placard one or?
Yeah, so it says here on this white piece of paper, 364, exhibit number 1. So this would be placard number 1 in the vehicle.
And 365 is placard 2?
365 is placard 2.
All right, let's do one at a time. 364. You might want to step down and get a little closer to the jurors so that they can see.
Again, you'll have these with you folks in the deliberation room once it begins. So I'm just going to show you now so you have an idea of what they're talking about.
Is there a head stamp to that?
There is.
Can you describe what the head stamp purports to say?
So on one end of the casing, there's like an open end, and then here's the other end. This is what we call the head stamp. This head stamp says Spear 45 gap.
And the other exhibit, you can put that back in the envelope. And what does the head stamp say for that?
It says Spear 45 gap.
You can put those back in the larger envelope. In addition to taking photographs and confiscating the sweatshirt and also the shell casings, what else did you do?
I collected swabs from the vehicle, from different parts, and as well as some straws.
Could you explain to the jury what you mean by that?
Yes, so when we collect swabs, we collect them for DNA purposes, and usually it involves the steering wheel, the gear shifter, and there could be other areas of the car that we swab as well.
And did you do that in this particular case?
I did.
We have collective exhibit 360, which contains those items. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
So the outside of the envelope has the exhibit 360. Each of the individual items inside of that are marked exhibit 360A through F.
Okay.
I'd like you to look at them and see if those are the swabs and straws that you had taken from the Nissan Altima.
Yes,
So, you have 4 swabs, is that,
that's correct.
and 3 straws, is that right?
Yes.
So what's the difference?
Well, these are the swabs. We have like cotton applicators, and we use distilled water. We use a one wet, one dry method. So that means we put a little bit of distilled water on one of the tips of the cotton swabs, and then we'll take a set. And so, for example, these are from the steering wheel, so I would have swabbed the steering wheel. I have another one here from the gear shifter, so I would have taken a different set of swabs and collected DNA from the gear shifter. There's one here from the driver's seat headrest, and then another set from the passenger seat headrest.
So at 4 different locations in Nissan, you took swabs and you attempted to acquire DNA.
Correct.
Your job is to acquire whatever evidence that you might be able to find in the car, is that right?
Correct.
And that's sent off someplace else for analysis.
Yes.
And with the straws, what's going on with that?
So these straws came from, there were these cups in the center console area. So I had to cut some of the straws because some of the cups had like a creamy liquid substance. So I cut them, and so I took, for example, this straw here is from like the Wendy's cup. There's another straw that came from a second Wendy's cup, and then this straw came from the Taco Bell cup.
So the straws are drinking straws?
Yes.
And so you wanted to confiscate them and send them off for testing as well?
Correct.
We move all of those exhibits.
Any objection to the collective 360? Very well.
So what we've done so far is we've talked about the victim's clothes, and we've talked about the work that you did at the Nissan Altima. You also went to Cathedral, is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
Before we get into Cathedral Lane, let me just make sure everybody's still okay. Anybody need a break? Very good. Press on.
While the attorneys are looking over those photographs, before I offer them for you to review, can you describe generally what you and your colleagues did at the 1614 Cathedral Lane location?
Yes, so we responded there in regards to a search warrant, and I took photographs of both outside and inside the house, and then collected a number of items of evidence from the house.
And taking the photographs and collecting these items were part and parcel of what you do as a forensic tech, right?
Correct.
Did you also have an occasion to, in the course of your doing your work at Cathedral, make a diagram of that location, the house, and what the rooms were located in relationship to each other?
Yes.
I gave you your chance for a break. right, make it.
Show you what's been previously marked as these numbered exhibits, photographs that you took of 1614 Cathedral, and ask if you are able to identify them as being those photographs that were taken at that location.
Yes, these are the pictures I took.
We removed those exhibits. Your Honor.
Any additional objections? What numbers were those? I'm sorry.
.240 through 262,
All right, minus one.
167 through 171, 177 through 282.
And so this is what we've done. Because we've introduced some of the photographs from the other witnesses, those photographs are already in the evidence. So these are the remaining, they're not in evidence. However, the last number, exhibit 282, we're asking to make that item number.
Yeah. So it's 177 through 281. All right.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may publish.
All right. I'd like you to narrate and take us through all these photographs as you can. Describe what we're seeing for the jury.
Okay. This is the front of the house of 1614 Cathedral Lane.
The next one.
This is a picture of the driveway area of that same house. Here's a picture of the side of the house. Here's another angle of the front of the house. Here's a picture of the front door.
In this particular location, is there a ring camera that's depicted next to the doorknob?
It appears to be.
All right. And now we're going inside the house?
Correct. This is the living room area. Another picture of the living room area, and you can see a little bit of the dining room and kitchen.
And out through the back are the double doors leading out to the back porch?
Yes, they are.
All right. Go ahead.
It's a picture of a cell phone that was found on one of the couches. The back side of that same phone. The kitchen area.
Again, those double doors lead out to the back porch?
Correct.
All right.
A picture of the hallway. This is a picture of the first bedroom on the right. Another picture of that same bedroom. Another picture of that same bedroom. A picture of the dresser area. Another picture of the dresser area. A picture of the bed. This is a picture of 2 Glock boxes that were found in the dining room. There's a close-up of one of the Glock gun boxes. This was inside that Glock box. There's 3 magazines. A picture of those double doors leading out to the back porch. Another picture of 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 the back porch where you can see one of the firearms underneath that table and chair. A close-up picture of that firearm. Here's one side of that firearm after it was made safe. That's the other side of that firearm. This is a picture of that first bedroom back inside the house, first bedroom on the right. This is a picture of another firearm that was found. This was found in the back bedroom on the right. Another picture of that same firearm. This is a picture of that same firearm when the magazine removed. A close-up picture of the magazine. It's a picture of a gray jacket and some other clothing items on the floor. It's a picture of another firearm that was found in that gray jacket. Here's a picture of that firearm that was taken from that gray jacket. Another view of that firearm once it was made safe. Another view of that same firearm. A picture of one of the bathrooms inside the house. That's another picture of that same bathroom. Another picture of that same bathroom. A picture of the sink area in that same bathroom.
Let me stop you there. There appears to be a piece of clothing underneath a container. It looks like Vaseline. Is that, was there anything moved before you took these pictures, or that's just how it was?
All these photographs that I took are exactly how I found the house.
Very good. Next one.
Another picture of that same bathroom area.
Okay. Show you what's been marked as Exhibit 348 and ask if you can identify this. May I approach one? What is Exhibit 348?
This is one of the Glock gun boxes that was taken from the house.
And that particular box was one of the things that you photographed?
Yes, it is.
Permission to show it to the jury?
I take it there's no objection to this one. Yeah.
Remove that exhibit.
Without objections, 348. This weapon is still safe. You may display.
This is Exhibit 339, which has already been introduced into evidence. Are you able to identify that particular item as part of your inventory and confiscation at that location?
Yes.
And where was that found?
This is the firearm found on the back porch.
These are magazines.
Can y'all give us 15 more minutes, folks? All right, thank you.
Approach with exhibits 350 and 351.
Yes.
Show you what's been marked as exhibit 350. Can you identify that by the writing on the outside of the evidence center?
I can. These are live rounds that came from that firearm that was found on the back porch.
The one that's on the screen right now,
Yes.
in exhibit 266. You want to open that for us, and you can show the jury what it looks like. Read off exhibit 350 and 351 number.
Yeah, exactly. Very well.
She showed one of the rounds from.
Sure.
And exhibit 351, can you determine from the outside of that envelope what that is?
Yes, this is going to be the magazine.
Magazine,
Yes, from that firearm that's on the screen.
that's on the screen. for
Yes.
Exhibit 266.
Yes.
Can you open it and show the exhibit? Adam? Can she show it to us?
You may send it.
Court's permission, I'd like to approach the witness with exhibit 349. Could you please, looking at the outside of the report, identify what's in exhibit 349?
These are the 3 magazines and the rounds that came from them that was found in that Glock gun box.
And that's shown in exhibit 258.
Yes.
Can you open it? Open it off or that? approach, Your Honor, for you to clear.
Yeah, I understand we'll show it's renewed.
Well,
Do you have an additional objection?
additional argument on the objection that was not addressed in our
You want to do it now?
brief, it was very brief.
Sure. James, Mr. President.
That's pictured in Exhibit 268.
Yes.
Read off of that exhibit.
Over objection will be exhibit 352.
This is Exhibit 353, Your Honor. May I approach the witness with that? Can you tell by the markings on the outside of that evidence envelope what is contained in that exhibit?
The magazine and the rounds that were in that magazine.
Rounds in the magazines that accompany that particular item which was found in Exhibit 270.
Yes.
You would offer that exhibit, Your Honor.
Over defense objection B, 353.
May she open it and
You may.
display it to the jury? If you could remove one of the rounds from one of the magazines. Thank you very much. This is Exhibit 341. It's already been marked into evidence.
Yes, it received. This weapon is still safe in manslaughter.
Are you able to identify Exhibit 341?
I am. It's a Glock 37 45 gap firearm, laser sight magazine, and some rounds.
Is that the same handgun and magazine and rounds that you were able to confiscate and is shown in Exhibit 276?
It is.
I believe this has already been shown to the jury.
Yes, sir.
After confiscating these weapons, you did do some other work on the weapons with regards to attempting to gather evidence from them?
Yes, I did. At some point later in the day, back at the Fifth Avenue lab, I did, with the help of other techs, process the firearms and some of the other evidence for fingerprints and DNA.
We have Exhibit 354, Your Honor. May I approach?
May.
Can you identify what's in Exhibit 354 from the outside of the room?
Yes, these are swabs that were collected from one of the firearms.
Which firearm were you collecting DNA or attempting to collect DNA from?
This was from the firearm that was found on the back porch.
And inside the envelope are the individual swabs. These are marked Exhibits 354A through E.
Yes, these are the individual swabs I collected.
Can you describe what the swabs were attached to or attempting to gather evidence from?
Yes, so this is a set of swabs from the foregrip of that firearm. This is swabs from the magazine, swabs from the rounds in the magazine, swabs from the trigger, and swabs from the grip.
Leave it off with Exhibit 354.
Any objection?
And you did the same for each of the 3 weapons, correct?
Yes.
This is Exhibit 358 from the Glock 45. May I approach with 358?
Yes, sir.
Can you identify Exhibit 358?
Yes, these are the swabs that were collected from the Glock 37 45 gap.
And 358 contains Exhibits A through E. Can you describe for the jury what you swabbed in relationship to each one?
Yes, these are swabs from the grip, swabs from the slide, swabs of the magazine, swabs from the rounds of that magazine, and swabs from the trigger.
We offer all of those exhibits, Your Honor.
Any objection?
Swabs from the guns and the magazines. This is 357. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Are you able to identify Exhibit 357?
Yes, these are the swabs from the magazines and the rounds from those magazines that were found in that Glock gun box.
And what did you swab from that particular item?
So the 3 magazines that were in that gun box, we labeled them 1, 2, and 3 to kind of differentiate them. So these would be swabs from magazine that we labeled number 3. This is swabs of the rounds that were found in that magazine. So swabs from the rounds in Glock magazine number 2. Swabs from magazine labeled number 1. Swabs from the rounds in magazine number 1. And then swabs from the magazine labeled number 2.
We would offer Exhibit 357. 57, A through F.
researching an issue and speaking for an upcoming witness.
The only person that's ever been fined in here before their phone going off was me, and I find myself, so I'll give you grace. Go ahead,
We'd offer exhibits 357, A through F.
Any objection? The 357.
This is 356, A through D.
Same objection. Yes, sir.
And a vote for
You
356.
may.
Can you identify exhibit 356, A through D?
Yes, these were the swabs collected from the firearm that was found in that back bedroom.
It's shown in exhibit 270.
Correct.
And what did you swab for that particular item?
These were swabs from the rounds in the magazine, swabs from trigger and grip, swabs from the foregrip, and swabs from the magazine.
We'd offer 356, A through D.
Over the previous objection, they'll be admitted subject to the future connection.
Early on, I had asked you if you had also, in addition to all the things that you've talked about, that you prepared a diagram of the location of 1614 Cathedral Lane.
Yes,
To show you it's been marked as it has been marked. What number are we up to?
We're on 366.
Exhibit 366, take a look at that, see if you can identify that.
yes, that's the diagram I drew.
The diagram that you drew,
Mhm.
what is it of?
It's a diagram of 1614 Cathedral Lane.
And we would offer exhibit 366.
Any objection?
Want to look closer?
Brief objection, Your Honor.
All right.
having photographed the home, can you sort of, in a sort of, tour of the house, can you show us from the front door where you went?
Yes, so, the front door is here, the diagram's obviously not on scale. You come in the front door, this is the living room area. Come back here, there's the dining room, kitchen. Right here would be the two double doors, that lead out to the, back porch. You come back from here, here's the hallway, here's one room, to the right, the second room, the third room. Here is a bathroom connected to another bathroom, and then here's the back bedroom.
Listen, folks, we're not gonna finish this witness before lunch anyway, so we'll just, finish the direct after lunch. So once again, don't discuss this case among yourselves. You can leave your notebooks in your chairs, go to the officers. Have a good lunch, folks. I'll see you in a little bit. Okay, folks, you can be seated. Yeah, we can do it, after lunch. I'll let you look through that during lunch. Ms. Gonzalez, do they have a class at the National Forensic Academy on how to open an envelope with a knife? You're scaring me to death, girl. You are gonna cut your thumb off. Let's give her some scissors. She's gonna bleed all over my waistband. All right, court stands adjourned, 1:15. Have a good lunch, everybody.
Thanks.
Does that think you in charge?
No, it was.
say 363, 362.
And 310.
I had a judge just a moment ago ask me, so you ever had an attorney pre-mark exhibit and then call the first witness and say, I'd like to show you exhibit number 34?
I gave Veteran Law 101 and told him from now, he does not mark exhibits for the first exhibit is number 306. You start one,
Yeah.
you go down.
I thought
All right, I think we're all back now. All right, I hope you all had a good lunch. General and preliminary matters to address?
Briefly, Your Honor, the state would like to move into evidence exhibit 310.
All right, 310, what is that?
It's the mangled casing.
That's going to be probably the 380 casing that was caught.
Oh,
was
okay,
found
you're
there.
saying there's gonna be an issue to that, that's why you're bringing it up, or?
No, I did not move it in.
Oh, we
apparently.
presented it, but we didn't move it in.
Yes.
Who was that through, Ms. Gonzalez?
Rachel Warren.
Rachel. I actually have a check mark by that I brought it in, did we not?
I didn't show it drawn in.
Is there any objection to that one? That was placard 20.
That was, you said it was the 380 cases,
There's
that
a
related casing?
Yes.
Yeah.
Line 20 was the one that we had the issue with.
No, that
That's
was
22, that's 22.
There's 15 is the 9 millimeter.
Yeah, 311 through 315 is the 9 millimeters, and 310 was placard 20, which was the mangled casing.
So that's a 380. So I want me to say not 82 cents that is?
No, she is. She,
She didn't move it.
yeah, I thought she did. I put a check mark by it, which to me, but maybe she didn't.
Well, I would object, because that's irrelevant, it's engagement on it.
But
I think we had a
But-
standing objection on that as also.
Yeah.
Court ruled.
We don't know that it's not relevant until, so we anticipate calling Investigator Dalton so he can say that he's looked at all of this evidence and this is what he's concluded.
I mean, I know we talked about it. I thought we moved it in, so if there's an objection now, I'm going to overrule the objection. We'll show that it is in fact in exhibit. It was collected there in the streets right around all those others, which, you know, if they didn't collect it, that'd be a bigger problem. All right, so we'll show 310 is in, whether or not we did it before.
And then secondly, going back to pre-numbered exhibits, I doubled up. If I can make 339, which is a Nissan key fob, instead of 339, if I can make that 362.
Oh, we did already use 339.
Yes, sir.
All right, I take it there's no objection to that. All right, so that we'll make that 362, and I'll need to tell the jury that one.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, is there any other issues we need to address before we bring the jury in?
Your Honor, we, with counsel, had been discussing whether or not the AT&T records could come in by way of certification under Rule 901, and we've given notice to the defense that we had intended on providing certifications in lieu of a live person to authenticate. We've provided those certifications. I believe that Mr. Robinette has some kind of concern that he wishes to voice, but I'm looking ahead till tomorrow. We're not anticipating putting that proof on today,
Okay.
but if we don't need that person and the court rules accordingly, then we can avoid having that person travel.
What is 5 o'clock enough time? Oh wait, what time do you need to leave at 4:30, Mr. Isaacs?
Yes.
Is 4:30 enough time to make that decision, or do you need to know now?
That would be fine.
Okay, let's say that till the end of the
Okay.
day.
We had the same concern.
Okay, okay. All right, then, if there's nothing else, we'll go ahead and bring the jury in, and Ms. Gonzalez, you can come back to the witness stand with the jury in. Stay with the call, George. Vince, with the call. Welcome back, folks. Hope you had a good lunch. I noticed juror number 1 took off his UT apparel. I hope it wasn't something I said. Didn't mean it. All right, folks. One piece of housekeeping before we continue with Ms. Gonzalez. Most jurors don't pay any attention to the numbers that we give exhibits, and one of the reasons is because I tell you don't worry about that. It's no significance to the numbers, but that's how we keep track of things. But we realized during lunch that when we introduced the what alleges to be a key fob from the Nissan, we call that exhibit number 339. We already had marked something else as 339. So if you're keeping track by numbers, we're now going to change the number of the key fob from exhibit 339 to 362, okay? That's just how we keep track of it, okay? So it probably doesn't affect your thinking at all, but in case you're keeping track of the numbers, the key fob is now 362. Ms. Gonzalez, you understand you're still under oath?
I do.
All right, Johnny, you may continue your direct examination.
Thank you. During your involvement in this case, you had an opportunity to go to KPD and actually encounter the 2 defendants. Did you take pictures of them?
I did.
And did you also obtain DNA samples from them?
Yes, me and another tech collected buccal swabs from them.
I'd like to show you what's been marked as exhibits 283 and 284. May I approach, Ron?
Yes.
Are you able to identify those photographs?
Yes, these are the pictures I took.
We would offer 283 and 284.
Which is which?
Can you identify which?
Oh, yes. 284 is going to be a picture of Mr. Jordan. 283 is a picture of Mr. Davis.
Any objection? No. Very good. 283, 284.
And you indicated it. You obtained DNA samples and you referred to them as?
Buccal swabs.
Can you explain what that is?
Yeah, so we take a set of those cotton applicators that I talked about earlier, and you just take the one set, and then you just swab the inside of the cheeks. So we did one for each of the defendants.
We have marked as exhibit 358, the buccal swab from Mr. Davis, and 359 as the buccal swab from Mr. Jordan. May I approach a witness?
Do you have the scissors?
So we have to read on it.
We've already marked it 359 also.
What are we up to?
We are at 367.
All right, so we will do buccal swab, Mr. Davis, 367, and Mr. Jordan, 368.
Can you tell the jury, based upon the markings on the outside of the envelope, what is contained in those 2 exhibits? By reference number of the exhibit.
Yes, so number 367 would be the buccal swabs for Deondre Davis. And then number 368 would be the buccal swabs from Rashan Jordan.
And are you able to open that and show the jury what that is?
Yes. These are the buccal swabs for Deondre Davis.
And it's
Do you want me to-
they're a similar, smaller envelope.
Yes. Yes.
Open that.
These are the buccal swabs for Rashan Jordan.
And these are obtained to
Yes,
But you don't do that comparison.
we do not.
You just acquire the material and provide it to someone.
Yes.
We would move exhibits 368 and 367.
Any objection?
No.
Very well, 367 and 368.
And can we have the
Yes,
the screen?
well, should.
238 is a picture of whom?
283.
Sorry, 283
Mr. Jordan,
and 284.
Mr. Davis.
Thank you. You were also called upon to take photographs and examine another vehicle, a Ford Focus. Can you explain to the jury where that took place and why?
I believe it was a Ford Fusion.
I'm sorry, Ford Fusion.
Yes, I photographed it and processed it at our garage.
And you took pictures?
I did,
And the processing is similar to the processing of the other vehicle that you had mentioned earlier?
yes.
We have photographs 302. Sorry. 285 through 302. 303.
303.
You've seen this? Okay. May I approach a witness?
Yep.
Take a look at these photographs and tell the jury whether or not you recognize them.
Yes, these are the photographs I took of the vehicle.
We would offer them into evidence at this time.
Any objection? 285, I think you said 303, is that right, Mr. Miller?
Yes.
Thank you.
May we publish?
You may publish.
All right.
Do you want the lights on or off?
I think we'll be fine.
Okay.
Can you tell the jury what we're looking at in Exhibit 285?
Yes, this is one of the photographs from the Ford Fusion.
And that's located at your garage for
Yes.
processing?
Yes, it is.
The next one?
This is just another angle of that same vehicle,
And the next picture?
another angle of the same vehicle,
And the next?
another angle of the same vehicle.
So you're going all the way around the vehicle?
Yes.
All right. Next picture?
And say close-up picture of the temporary tag that was on it.
And the next?
This is the driver door interior side.
And you take these pictures in a sort of a normal and usual sequence by going around the outside and then starting on the inside. Is that right?
Yes.
And next?
This is a photograph from the driver's side door looking in.
Maybe we should have the lights off because there's something
Yeah,
in
so,
particular.
folks, I'm just gonna tell you, this projector is very expensive, but it's got a few years on it now. And so the detail that you see here projected on the wall is not gonna be as fine as the detail as you will actually see in the monitor in the jury room when you look during deliberations. We're in the process of trying to replacing these, but they're very expensive, and so it's taking us some time to find a good deal, just to be honest with you. And so if you can't see a lot of detail here on the wall, I think you'll probably be able to see it better in the jury room. So when we turn the lights off, it helps us see a little bit better clarity, so make it real.
All right, can we go to the next picture, please?
This,
What's the picture trying to establish here?
this is just another angle looking in from the driver's side.
And drawing your attention to the specific colored stitching in the seat, is that something that's easily recognizable in this particular picture?
Yes,
And what color is the stitching that is offset by the black leather?
red.
Next picture.
This is-
Likewise, what's that supposed to show?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
What
Oh, what-
view of the vehicle are you showing here?
Yeah, so here, this is just looking in from the passenger side door, just looking into the vehicle.
And the same red stitching is visible here as well?
It is.
Next picture. What are we looking at here?
This is the interior side of the passenger door,
And the next?
interior side of the rear passenger door.
And the next?
This is looking into the back seat of the car from the rear passenger door.
And likewise, Is the red stitching also visible in this particular picture?
Correct.
Next picture.
Here's another angle looking into the back seat. This is from the rear driver's side door.
And likewise, is that picture able to establish that the red stitching is visible also?
Correct.
Next picture.
This is just a picture of a hat that was in the back seat.
Much more closer view of that red stitching.
Yes.
Thank you. Next picture.
This is a photograph of a bag and some clothing that was in the back seat.
And the next picture.
The interior side of the rear driver door.
And the next.
This is the trunk.
And the next.
This is a paperwork that was found inside the vehicle.
Next.
And this is just the bottom part of that same paper.
And next. That's it. Okay. Lights, please. Pass it, please.
Cross-examination, who would like to go first? Ms. Mathis?
Hello, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Gonzalez. My name is Ashley Mathis, and I represent Deondre Davis. So you testified that you responded to process a blue Nissan Altima on February 16th. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you processed that vehicle. You started by dusting for prints, correct?
I assisted another tech that was also there.
All right, and you would agree that you dusted the door area for prints?
I don't remember that I fingerprinted the car.
Okay, were you present when the car was
I was.
fingerprinted? Okay, was the car fingerprinted in the driver's side area?
I don't remember.
You don't recall, okay. You did testify that you were aware of the swabbing of the car for DNA, correct?
Correct.
And you personally did that, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you said that you swabbed the driver's headrest for DNA, correct?
Correct.
You swabbed the gear shift for DNA, correct?
Correct.
You swabbed the passenger headrest.
Correct.
And isn't it true that in the photographs and in your testimony, there were a number of fast food cups in the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And they had straws.
Correct.
All of that was tested for DNA, correct?
I collected the straws for DNA purposes.
And you took swabs.
I took the swabs of the gear shifter, the steering wheel, and then the headrest.
And those
And
were
then I collected the straws.
okay, thank you. And then all of those were sent to the TBI for testing, correct?
I do not know.
You do not know.
No.
You know that they were submitted to your forensic department for testing?
I collected them and they were turned into property.
Okay. And going to the casings that you found in the car, you would agree that you found 2 casings in the floorboard of the car, correct?
There was a casing on the driver's seat and then there was a casing on the floorboard.
And this was again on February 16th of 21, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree that there's nothing about the collection of the casing that would tell you how long it's been in the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
You're just able to collect it and you know it's there on that day, correct?
Correct.
And there's nothing that would indicate that it had gotten there that day, correct?
Correct.
It could have been there for 2 months, correct?
It was just there when we were there.
On February 16th.
Correct.
And let me ask you this, the inside of the Altima, there's a fabric liner in that vehicle, correct?
I would have to look at the photographs.
Sure. Can we pull up a photograph of the inside of the Altima? And do you recall if the seats were fabric?
I'd have to look at the photographs.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Are you aware if any gunshot residue testing was conducted on the inside of the vehicle?
I do not know.
Okay. Would you agree with me that there could have been gunshot residue testing conducted on the inside of the vehicle?
I believe so.
Does the forensics department regularly conduct gunshot residue testing during investigations?
Not regularly on vehicles.
Okay. Would you agree that the presence of gunshot residue could indicate if a firearm had been fired within a vehicle?
You would have to conduct the test and then it'd have to be sent off for testing.
And we do not believe that a test had been conducted in this case, correct?
Correct.
And, oh, sure, yeah, thank you.
Ready, Jim?
If either side is willing to assist.
All right, well, we'll go with this one. Is that what you're looking for?
Sure, yeah, and you would just agree that we can see a lot of fabric on the inside of this vehicle?
Yes.
That there's carpeting, correct?
Yes.
The seat is fabric, correct?
Correct.
So it's possible that particles could be there that could have been tested.
I mean, it is fabric.
Sure. And, okay, let's move to the execution of the search warrant on Cathedral Avenue. So you also responded to the execution of the search warrant on February 16th of 21, correct?
Correct.
And did you photograph, were you one of the first people to enter the residence there? Or about what time did you arrive?
I have to look at my notes to tell you my exact time of arrival.
Okay, does
But-
afternoon seem about right?
I'd really have to look at my notes.
Sure. Well, let me ask you this. Were officers already on scene when you arrived?
Yes.
And were you aware that officers might have allowed individuals to re-enter the residence prior to your arrival?
I would have no knowledge of that.
Okay. Were any individuals in the driveway when you arrived at the residence?
Yes.
Okay. Were they wrapped in blankets?
I don't remember.
If I showed you an exhibit, would it refresh your recollection?
You could show it to me.
Sure.
I'm going to withdraw Exhibit 363 just to show the witness.
Were those individuals present when you arrived on scene?
I don't remember.
You don't recall?
No.
Okay, thank you. So you're unaware of if individuals had re-entered the residence when you arrived?
Correct, I'm unaware.
So you would agree that based on your diagram and based on your examination of the home that there are 3 separate bedrooms in the home, correct?
There was 3 rooms on the right and then 1 room on the left.
Okay. And you would also agree that each of the firearms that you collected were located in different rooms?
Correct.
One was in the front bedroom, one was in a rear bedroom, and then additional items were collected in the dining room,
Yes.
and then there was 1 item that was collected on the porch, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated that one of the firearms that was collected was wrapped in a North Face jacket, correct?
Correct.
You're aware that it's a female's jacket, correct?
I didn't.
Didn't inspect it personally?
No, it was just a jacket.
Okay.
I just document what's there.
And you noted that each of these items that you collected were inspected for fingerprints, correct? The weapons?
Yes.
And no fingerprints were lifted from any of those items?
No.
And you would agree that in order to handle a firearm or to pick up a firearm, there are several places that you would have to touch it, right?
Correct.
And so because of that, you all chose to swab, both dry and wet swab, each of these for DNA, correct?
The way that we conduct the swabs, it's 2 swabs, so it's like 2 applicators, and then you wet one of them, and then the other one's dry.
Correct. And that is with the goal of collecting as much DNA as possible, correct?
Correct.
And you, on each of these weapons, you would have swabbed the trigger area, correct?
Yes.
The slide on the weapon, correct?
If there was one, yes.
A magazine if one was present.
Yes.
And you actually also individually took the rounds out and swabbed the rounds for DNA for these weapons, correct?
Yes.
That was all collected and presumably submitted for later testing, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe you also testified that you responded to obtain swabs from each of the defendants. Is that correct?
It is.
And isn't it true that Mr. Davis voluntarily submitted a DNA swab?
Yes.
Okay, and then moving on to the Ford Fusion, I just wanted to note, no shell casings were located in that vehicle, correct?
In which vehicle?
The Ford Fusion.
The Ford Fusion, no.
And no bullet defects were in that vehicle, correct?
No bullet defects.
Okay, so just to be clear, each of the examinations and all of the evidence that we've talked about today, I think, was collected on February 16th of 2021, correct?
I don't, can you,
You're right, I'll break it down for you. So you'd agree that everything from Cathedral Avenue was collected on February 16th, correct?
correct?
And you would agree that that's 4 days after the shooting that we're here talking about in this case?
Correct.
And you would agree that all of the information that was collected from the Altima was also collected on February 16th?
Correct.
And that's 4 days after the shooting at issue in this case, correct?
Correct.
And I think that the Fusion was actually not processed until February 17th, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Dominic, cross-examination, sir. Yes.
Officer Gonzalez, how are you today?
I'm okay, how are you?
I'm good. My name is Roy Robin, and I'll be asking you a few questions, okay?
Okay.
So you collected Mr. Freeman's clothing, is that right?
Yes, at the scene.
Did you collect any DNA swabs from his clothing?
Did I collect any, can you repeat your question?
Did you collect any DNA swabs on his
From
clothing?
the
From his
clothing?
clothing,
No.
yes. Did you do a gunshot residue test on his clothing?
No.
Okay. Do you know if anybody had done any kind of gunshot residue test on the clothing?
I don't know.
And yes. Now, this is the inside of the blue Nissan, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you have two placards, one, number 2, correct?
Yes.
And I believe Ms. Mathis has identified this as gunshot casing. All right.
Yes.
Now, did you test the 2 casings for prints?
Sorry, I can barely hear you.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Did you dust these 2 casings for prints?
We did not.
Okay. So, what about DNA? Do you dust them for DNA?
We did not.
Okay. To be clear, you don't know when these casings were fired,
No,
or
I
when,
don't know.
if it's ever fired.
I don't know.
And there's also a clothing in the back. Did you check for DNA on the clothing?
Like, are you asking if we swapped it or?
Yes, swap was DNA.
No.
Okay. What about the back seat? I understand that you collect DNAs from the cups, the steering wheel, the headrest of the 2 seats, but did you do DNA swaps for the back seat?
I did not.
Okay. Did anybody else do any swaps for DNA in the back seat?
Not to my knowledge.
Don't you think that it's important because you collect DNA from the 2 front seats? Don't you believe it's important?
I mean, we go off of what's in the vehicle and what information we know at the time.
Okay, well, but you did collect DNA from the 2 front seats.
I did.
You didn't collect it from the back.
Correct.
Now, if we turn to the cathedral, now this is the picture you took, correct?
It is.
And this is the phone right here, right?
It is.
That's one. And this phone was here when you got to the scene. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you were not the first one at the scene. Am I right?
Correct.
Okay. And this is the other phone. Is this the same phone or is it a different phone?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? So one is on the couch right here, and then the other one is on. This is the couch, and there's the what's right there. So do you believe it's 2 different phones?
Yes.
Okay. And if you look at the exhibit here, this is the house. The phones are located right here. Is that correct? Or the living room right here?
They're located in the living room area.
Okay. Both of them, correct?
Yes.
That must be easy.
I can.
So now you also took pictures of 7 bedrooms, am I right?
Yes.
There's 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedrooms, and 4 bedrooms, am I right?
Yes.
Now, these bedrooms, do you know who lives in each bedroom?
I do not.
Okay, do you know how many individuals were in the house when you arrived?
I do not.
Okay, so you know whose house this belonged to?
I do not.
And do you know if any of this room belonged to Mr. Jordan's?
I do not.
Did you confiscate any clothing, male clothing, from any of these bedrooms?
No.
So, all in all, you do not know who lives in these bedrooms, correct?
Correct.
So when you arrived at the house, you took picture all the subject taking pictures that has they were found, correct?
Correct. I took the photographs as I find the scene.
But you were not the first one in the house, am I right?
Correct.
So to your knowledge, you don't know if anything has been moved. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, did you do a gunshot residue swabs on Mr. Jordan's hand?
No.
Do you know if anybody had done one?
Not to my knowledge.
That's all I have, y'all.
Redirect. Ms. Mathis?
No, thank you, Ron.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. You may step down. Next witness, General. Chrissy, I think this one's yours. I've already got a red one.
So what number are we up to now?
369 is next.
369?
Y'all had no idea jury duty would be so exciting, did you? It's one of the hardest things to do is sit and wait. And, you know, we try to be as efficient, but there are rules we have to follow. So sometimes it results in delays to make sure we get our witnesses in and out at the appropriate time. So thank you for your patience with us.
We're checking to see if she's here. If not, then Officer Williams is here.
Okay. Do you want to go out of order or wait?
I just want to see. I thought she was in the building. I really was trying to get her.
All right, so we'll go out and order, Mr. Investigator Williams, please.
Never mind.
Can you please come up here next to the witness stand? I'll just have you stand right here, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony about to give in the case now on trial be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Have a seat, Ms. Hill.
Good afternoon. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, I'm Jacqueline Hale. I work for the Knoxville Police Department.
In what capacity do you work for the Knoxville Police Department?
I am a certified crime scene investigator, and I'm a latent print examiner.
How long have you been so employed?
I'm sorry, what?
How long have you been so employed?
I've been here for 7 years.
So, what do you do in the capacity as a crime scene investigator?
As a crime scene investigator, I kind of respond to all kinds of different crimes. So property crimes, major crimes, suicides, rapes, arsons, fatalities. And when I do get there, I document, mostly through photography, and I collect evidence.
Now, you said that you also are a certified latent print examiner. What is that?
As a latent print examiner, I examine all kinds of fingerprints that our techs maybe bring back from a scene. I also get dispatched to major crimes to look for latent prints. Once our techs bring in a latent print, it's my job to see if it has a significant amount of detail in order to encode into what we call AFIS, which is an automated fingerprint identification system.
So when someone collects a latent print, can you explain to the jury how that's done?
Like one of our techs that collects it?
Yes.
So a latent print can't really be seen. It's an unintentional impression that you leave on a surface or on an object, and our techs are deployed out into the field to use a certain powder or a chemical to bring that latent print out to the naked eye. From there, they'll use a clear plastic tape, and they'll pull that powder off the object or surface, and then they'll put it on a latent print backing card, sign it, and then they'll send it to me for examination.
In your experience, are there certain types of surfaces that are easier to obtain latent prints in comparisons to other surfaces?
Well, yeah, smooth surfaces are always preferable, but in the real world, they're not always there. So sometimes we get textured surfaces, rough surfaces, gun boxes, etc., like that. But smooth is the best.
And is it fairly easy to obtain a latent print in general based upon your experience in training?
Yes.
With these particular substances that you use, the powder, is there other substances that are used?
Yeah, we use what's called as chemical dye stains, and that's the stuff that you see on CSI that makes it all fluoresce and look pretty.
Typically, when you do the examination of a latent print, can you explain to the jury how you examine a latent print?
So when my techs bring the latent prints back in, I look for a sufficient amount of detail. So what that means is when you look at your fingerprints, you should all be able to see a pattern on your prints. I'm looking for characteristics like what they call as bifurcations, so ridges that fork. I'm looking for scars. I'm looking for sometimes medical conditions like warts. I'm looking for all of those things, and I'm looking at the quality of it, and all of that helps me determine if that print is sufficient enough to run to where it would be highly discriminating against 64 million other prints.
Have you offered testimony in the past with regards to being a certified latent print examiner?
I have.
Have you been recognized by courts as an expert in this particular field?
Yes.
Your Honor, we would offer this particular witness as an expert in certified latent print examinations.
Ms. Mathis, any objection? Ms. Robinette? Sure.
Jackklyn. Yes, sir.
All right, without objection, the court is going to recognize Ms. Hell as an expert in latent print examinations. And what that means, folks, is when the court recognizes a witness as an expert, that witness will then be allowed to render their opinion within their area of expertise. Now, just because an expert witness has rendered their opinion, it does not mean that you are bound to accept that opinion. Just like every other witness, it's your job to judge the weight and credibility to be given to her testimony. But since she is deemed an expert, she's allowed to give her opinion. You may continue.
Thank you. With regards to this field of latent prints, are there certain circumstances which can impact the ability to even obtain a latent print?
Yes.
Can you describe what makes it difficult to obtain a latent print?
There's a lot of factors that can affect a latent print. One thing could be the weather, whether it's wet, cold outside, whether it's too hot outside. Also deposition pressure, so when you pick something up, it depends on how hard you pick something up or how much you squeeze it. That can distort the print. A lot of things is when you set something down, like one of the objects down, and something moves through it, that can also distort the print. So there are many factors that can affect a latent print being recovered.
With regards to attempting to and obtaining a latent print, are there certain circumstances involving the attempts to lift a latent print from, let's say, a firearm that make it difficult?
Yeah, texture is always a problem, like I described earlier, especially with a firearm.
And how about ammunition, and especially involving spent cartridges? Does the action of the firearm have an impact on the ability for a latent print examiner to obtain a latent print on that cartridge?
It does.
How so?
Well, at the time that you fire a firearm, the cartridge casing is then ejected from the firearm. With that, there's over probably 1,200 degrees with that explosion that could burn off the amino acids in the sweat that is found in the latent print. Also, with it being such a very small shell casing, the odds of me getting a really good match on that are not very well, just because of it being a rounded surface, and also there's very little detail after it's been ejected, after the heat, and then if it got ran over by a car.
With regards to this particular case, had you had an opportunity to do an examination of any latent prints involving this particular case?
I have.
Can you explain to the jury what you did?
I examined a latent print pulled from a rearview mirror.
And that rearview mirror is from the Altima, the Nissan Altima vehicle?
Yes.
Explain to the jury how that latent print came to be something that you examined.
So a lot of times when we get our vehicles pulled into Fifth Avenue, they ask for a full process. So that includes our photographs documenting how the vehicle had come in. We then look for the latent prints using a powder. So we'll look on the exterior first. Then we'll look inside, see if there's any firearms or any blood, or what we would perceive as blood, so a reddish-brown stain. And then what we would do is then fingerprint anything that was smooth on the inside of the vehicle. In this case, we printed a rearview mirror.
And as a result of having been successful of obtaining such a latent print, what did you do next after having obtained that from the rearview mirror of the Nissan Altima?
It was turned into the latent print unit.
And in that regard, did you go about trying to examine and identify who that latent print belonged to?
I did.
Explain to the jury the process of you going through an unknown latent print and examining it in relationship to other known prints that you might have access to.
In this case, what I would do is I would put both prints side by side. So I'd put the unknown that I found on the rearview mirror, and I would start slowly comparing it to 10 print cards that have been received or submitted to me for comparison. So this is when I would start looking at those special patterns that you have. I'm looking at your ridge flows. I'm looking at the distortion that might be found in the print recovered from the scene, and I'm trying to make those similarities. I'm also looking for dissimilarities. What can I look at that would exclude this particular fingerprint from this given 10 print card?
In this particular case, did you have initially something to compare the unknown print to?
I did.
And explain to the jury that process.
Shortly after 1614 Cathedral Lane, we were dispatched to the 3rd floor to obtain buccal swabs and photographs and fingerprints from 2 individuals. So we rolled 2 individuals' prints on a 10 print card, and then we brought it back to 5th Avenue to compare.
So you examined or obtained the fingerprints of the 2 individuals that are the subject of this proceeding, and then you used that to compare it to the unknown print.
I did.
And what were your findings?
It did match one of the individuals that we had rolled.
In relationship to its match, did you end up issuing a report concerning the work you did and the resources you used in order to make that report?
I did.
Have what's been marked as Exhibit 369. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Handed you what is marked as Exhibit 369. Are you able to identify that document?
I am.
What is that document?
This is my official latent print report that I issued on the 23rd of February.
Explain to the jury what is contained in that overall report. What makes up that report?
What makes up the report is, I list the victim, I list how I received the latent print, I list when I compared it and when I identified it. I also list where the print was supposedly lifted from, and I list all the individual information that the TBI has sent to me or the information I have obtained from an investigator of why the print is who it is and which fingerprint it was.
Contained with that report are the print cards that you also obtained from each of the 2 defendants?
Yes.
And in relationship to your evaluation of the unknown latent print to those print cards, what were your findings in your report?
The findings in my report is that the latent print lifted from the blue Nissan Altima with the Wisconsin tag plate of 740ZZZ was a right thumbprint that was identified to Mr. Rashan Jordan with a birth date of 9/11/2006.
We would offer that exhibit.
Any objection? B 369.
After you made your examination, were the examination results verified?
They were.
Pass it.
Cross-examination. Who would like to go first? Rises.
Good afternoon, Officer Hale.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Gregory Isaacs, and I, along with Ms. Mathis, represent Mr. Davis. When the state was asking you about extracting or obtaining a latent print, you indicated that it is, quote, easy, correct?
Yes.
And would you also agree with me that it would be impossible to enter and drive a Nissan Altima without leaving a fingerprint, assuming you weren't wearing gloves, correct?
I wouldn't say impossible.
Very unlikely.
Very unlikely.
So if someone did a thorough forensic job in extracting latent prints from a vehicle, one would expect to see them in a number of places, correct?
Correct?
The door handle, correct?
Maybe.
The seatbelt, correct?
Probably not. That's a pebbled plastic normally. And it's a very, very rough texture.
What about the smooth surface of the metal buckle and clasp?
That'd probably be very difficult just because the small, like, it'd be probably the end of the tip of the finger.
Right. Steering wheel, one would expect.
No. Most of the steering wheels are made out of vinyl or leather, which would then absorb a lot of amino acids.
Yeah, and let's talk about how it works, because the science of fingerprints is you compare the papillary ridges on the fingers, fingertips and fingers, correct?
Yes, the friction ridges.
Right. And there are sweat glands throughout your finger and the tips, correct?
Correct.
And the ridges are analyzed to determine whether there's loops, whorls, arches, correct?
Correct. Patterns.
Yeah, and someone like yourself gets a loop and analyzes the loops, whorls, and ridges on your fingerprints, correct?
Okay.
And because of the oil and the perspiration, that's what leaves a latent print, correct?
Some of it, yes.
Right. And when you said it was easy to extract a latent print and it would be unlikely not to have prints in something like an Altima, let me show you, if we could have the projector, please.
Yes.
And let me show you what has been introduced into evidence, and that is the interior of the Nissan Altima.
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen that before?
I have.
And you're indicating that the print that you identified for Mr. Jordan came from the rear view mirror that we see in the top of that photograph, correct?
That's correct.
And do you see in the center of the console there is a command center touch screen, correct?
Correct.
That's a smooth surface, correct?
Correct.
That's a glass surface, correct?
Yes.
And to operate the vehicle, one would have had to have touched the touch screen, correct? Most likely?
Why? Well, you can't turn the car on from the touch screen. You don't have to touch
all the
it.
other functions are from the touch screen, correct?
Not always. But I'm not a car manufacturer.
Well, you seem a little hesitant. Let me ask you this. It's a smooth glass surface, correct?
It is.
You told Mr. Dillon that's the easiest surface to extract a print from, correct?
It is.
And your forensic team analyzed this Altima and put it under a microscope, correct? And I'm being metaphorically speaking when I said put it under a microscope. I don't mean you brought it in and...
Oh, no, I understand.
And there were no prints on the command center, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, on your report, which has been in, Mr. Davis had a print card, correct?
Yes, sir.
That print card consisted of the fingerprints of his 10 fingers, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it depicts the ridges, correct?
Correct.
That were analyzed, that were placed in APHIS. Then you got more prints down here other than the tips of his fingers, correct?
That's correct.
And after your forensic team combed through that car, the door handles, steering wheel, the smooth glass surface of the command center, all of that, there were no matches for Deondre Davis, correct?
That's correct.
You found none, correct?
Correct.
APHIS found none, correct?
Correct.
You think your techs did a good job extracting latent prints from that vehicle?
I do.
You do.
I do.
Thank you, Ms. Hale. I have nothing further.
Mr. Robinette, you may ask, sir.
Ms. Hale, how are you doing today?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing fine, thank you. My name is Hoy Robin. I represent Mr. Jordan. I just asked you a few questions, okay? Try not to be repetitive. So when you took the prints from Mr. Jordan, what did you have him roll the prints, or how did you get the print from him?
So we did not use a live scan. We used traditional ink. And so it's just a black ink, kind of like stamp ink. And what I did is I would place the individual's fingers down on the ink, and then I would just slowly roll it on the Timprint card.
So, and there's another way you can take his prints by flat, is that correct? Just flat down?
Yes, at the bottom.
Okay, so between the rolling and the flat, which one is more effective?
I think they're both effective. Both.
In some ways?
I think the rolling might be better. It just has more detail, but not much.
And the ink, and you say that you have a digital scanning, is that correct?
We do now.
Okay, you do. At the time, did you have one?
No.
Okay. And but between the ink and the digital, is the digital more accurate than the ink?
I couldn't say.
Okay. Well, have you used the digital before?
No, I have not.
Okay. Are you trained to using it?
No.
Okay. But you're an expert in fingerprints, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So how long have the digital fingerprint has been in existence?
I don't know how long that's been manufactured. We just now got one.
Okay. So within your department, you just got one recently?
Yes, and it's not under the forensic unit. That's under the property unit where you get your fingers rolled, or I guess scanned.
Okay. So for all purposes, you did ink, correct?
I did.
Okay. So when you dusted the fingerprints in the Nissan, now did you remove the mirror when you looked at the prints?
No, sir.
So did you take how did you run this through? So did you take a brush and you just put powder on the prints, on the rear mirror?
Yes, I used a magnetic brush with magnetic powder.
Okay, so it was on the card, you didn't take it out.
Yeah, I did not take the rear view mirror out.
So how much powder did you apply in order to remove the ink? The prints,
I wouldn't know how to answer that question.
Okay, did you have to apply a lot?
No.
Okay, and after you applied the powder, how did you remove that print? Do you use tape? What do you use?
Yes, I use a clear plastic tape.
Okay, when you lift the prints, can you say fairly that it lifts all the specific detail from the prints?
I can't say.
You can't say. So in this case, you can't say if it lifts everything that was on the mirror that day.
It looked like it. I picked up everything from the
You
mirror.
might-
But I
you
can't say for sure.
You can't say for sure, correct? Okay. Now, Mr. Isaac did talk about there are 3 primary types of prints. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
In this case, this is Mr. Jordan's prints that you lifted from the Nissan. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You can identify this by the ink. Is that right?
I'm sorry, what?
You can identify this as the one removed from the Nissan because of the ink. Is that correct?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. I'm sorry. Sometimes I might make sense in my head, and when I speak, it doesn't make sense. So this one is the one you lifted from the Mr. Jordan when he was in custody. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay. So you compared the two, correct?
that is correct.
So based on this, you see this print you lifted. You have 3 little marks right here. Is that correct? Right here. You see that? 1, 2, 3. Do
Yes.
you see that?
Mhm.
But in this print, you don't have those 3 marks there, right?
I have one in the beginning of 2 on the left,
But there's no third one. Is that
and then
correct?
the third one on the right is distorted just a little because of deposition
But
pressure.
would it be fair to say that this print doesn't show a third one right here, correct?
No, it does show the beginning of the third one.
So right here,
Yes,
but you don't know that, is that correct? Because you don't know if it's go out all the way out or not.
I don't need to have it go all the way out, sir.
Okay.
I have enough detail and minutia around it to indicate that that is one of the creases or scars.
Yes, but this one go all the way to this point, which it should be right here, but you don't see that, do you?
No,
Okay. So now, what type of Prince formation is this? Is this a loop?
no, this is a double loop whorl.
The loop rule. So how rare is this in a population in the United States?
It's not that rare.
So-
Whorls and loops are very popular. It's your arches that are only found in 10% of the population.
So how many percentage of the population have this?
I don't know,
Okay.
just offhand.
Okay. So, but you say it's common, is that correct?
Yes,
So, but you only ran this prints through 2 individuals, is that correct?
no.
No, you only ran through Mr. Davis and Mr. Jordan, isn't it?
At first, I did.
At first. So did you do other?
Well, at first I ran it through APHIS,
Okay.
but because they were juvenile, the juvenile prints would not be in APHIS, so it forced me to manually compare.
So you only compared to 2 individuals, that's what I'm asking.
Yes,
Okay. You didn't compare the prints to anybody else at the school?
I did later, yes.
Who else did you compare it to?
I then reran it in APHIS once they were submitted from juvenile to adult, and then it ran against 64 million prints.
But those for adults, is that correct?
Yes,
APHIS is for adults.
yes.
So since they're juvenile, they shouldn't be in that system, correct?
At the time, they were not.
Okay. So what I'm asking you is that did you run these prints to any other kids at Austin East High School?
There were, I believe, 2 other 10 print cards that were given later on.
Okay. And now, so the prints was there, when you removed the prints on, is it February 17th or 16th? I apologize. I need the date
February 16th is when I pulled the print.
for the prints. So, on February 16th, you know the print is there, correct?
I'm sorry, what?
The print is there on February 16th, am I right?
Yes, on the
So-
rearview mirror.
But you don't know when that print was placed there, am I correct?
Correct.
There's no test to determine if that print was, when that print was placed in the Nissan,
That's correct.
okay? And there's no print there's no test to determine how long that prints have been in that vehicle. Is
That's
that
correct.
So that print can be in 3 days, 4 days, or even a month before, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And there were 2 cell phones that were confiscated from the resident. Did you run any prints on those 2 phones?
Not to my knowledge. I don't know.
So you don't know who the phones belong to, correct?
I do not.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Free Director.
Just to be clear, your techs tested the entire car to try and find as many latent prints as possible, correct?
That's correct.
And you were only able to find 1 on the rearview mirror.
One that was sufficient enough.
Right. And that's what's really critical for you as a latent prints examiner, is to find one that's sufficiently with enough information to be able to use it to compare to something else.
Yes, sir.
And that's what you did here.
I did.
And so this system that you had to compare them initially before you were able to get their print cards, that's an electronic system?
It is. It's a big database.
Okay. Somewhat similar to what we see on television, where they spin this thing around and then all of a sudden these lines go out and they're looking at all these other prints that are out there in the world?
Something similar.
Okay.
Maybe not so theatrical.
But not like TV?
Nothing like TV.
Okay. So you do that, And then you do a manual comparison,
I did.
and that's with these individual print cards.
Yes, sir.
And that was then verified.
Yes.
And that's the process that latent print examiners use in order to determine whether or not a latent print is a match.
That is correct.
And that's the way you follow in your course of work, right?
I did.
And that's what you did here.
I did.
Thank you.
Mr. Isaac, sorry. Oh, hold on.
I believe you mentioned on cross-examination that after these individuals were transferred from juvenile court, their prints were inputted into the APHIS system,
They were.
and then you ran it again,
I did.
and that matched as well.
It did.
Thank you.
Mr. Isaacs.
Matched for Mr. Jordan, not Mr. Davis.
That's correct, sir.
I have one more question. Mr. Robin, anything else, sir? General? Thank you, ma'am. You may sit down.
Thank
Have a
you.
good day. Anybody need a break? Y'all sure? Y'all are easy. Next witness.
And yes, yes.
Break.
Yeah. So let's go ahead, take a recess. We've got a couple things to get set up first. So don't discuss this case among yourselves. You can leave notes in chairs. Please go to the officers. I'll see you in a few minutes.
And
Hey, folks, jury's still in the room. Now y'all can talk. Recess.
Thank you.
we've got an agreement that we're gonna redact the TBI report.
Okay.
So I also want to introduce myself to you for IDL. It's the same
Okay,
thing.
now this is a different one, right here.
So this, I know this one.
Okay, so you're saying that you're not objecting to different guns being introduced?
How do you know this is a different gun?
I know
Not
that's
that
a
one.
that's a different
How
gun.
do you know this one?
I don't know that it's the same gun, but I know that's a different. I'm just saying it. Okay.
Well, we may not agree.
Well,
This one is the one that you identified.
I'm saying that if and this is over. So
We're not on the record.
Well, we may just have to have a little.
So you're saying it's okay to introduce photographs of that 5.56 from the phones?
Well, is that subject to Dalton's testimony?
It is, but what I'm saying is this
No, I think
photograph
we're there
here,
yet.
this photograph here is the 5.56
Yes.
gun. So you're saying that you're not objecting to photographs of the 5.56 gun coming in from Mr.
No,
Silicon?
like I say, if it's coming in, I want to introduce it, but we're not sure it's coming in or not. That's all.
Well, it's in. I'm just
But
saying.
it's
that-
subject
in
to-
subject to Dalton.
Uh,
Let's go there.
All right, Christie, ready? Welcome back, folks. Thanks for that break. Have we resolved our matters? No?
We have on stipulation.
Okay. Anything we need to do before bringing the jury in?
not for this witness, John.
All right. So let's go ahead and bring our jury in. Miss Judy, did you need me?
He's here.
Okay, that's what we were trying to figure out.
Yeah, he's not here, and I think it's the first appearance on the resentencing.
Refer me through this. He was here. All right, you may be seated. This is Stanley the call jury.
Stay away from
Ms. Mathis, you wave. Ms. Robinette, you wave call. Welcome back, folks. Thanks for that break. We are ready to resume the state's case. General, if you please call your next witness.
Special Agent Isaac.
Right, right next to me, please. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony about to give in the case now on trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat, Special Agent.
Please tell us your name.
Kenna Isett,
Can you spell your last name, please?
I-C-E-T,
And your first name.
K-E-N-N-A.
Where are you employed?
I'm employed at the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation in the Knoxville Crime Laboratory
How long have you been employed with TBI?
since 2017.
What is your position with TBI?
I am a special agent forensic scientist in the forensic biology unit.
What is a forensic scientist?
A forensic scientist is someone who examines evidence in relation to a criminal investigation.
Can you tell the court about your educational background that allows you to hold this position?
Yes, I have a Bachelor of Science in Biochemistry from Middle Tennessee State University. I have also completed an extensive training program at the TBI.
Now, with TBI, do you have yearly training?
There is yearly training. It's required to have at least 8 hours of continuing education in the field.
Have you testified in the past as a forensic scientist?
I have, yes.
Have you been accepted as an expert in the field of forensic biology?
I have.
We would offer Special Agent Isaac as an expert in forensic biology.
Any objection, Ms. Mathis?
No objections.
No, Your Honor.
All right, right, folks, so the court will now recognize Special Agent Isett as an expert in the area of forensic biology. Again, that allows her to render her opinion. Again, you're not bound to accept that opinion, but she may render it since she's deemed an expert. You may.
Now, TBI, tell us what type of work did you do at TBI?
In the forensic biology unit, I examine evidence for the presence of bodily fluids. That would be such as blood, semen, saliva, and also touch DNA. I generate DNA profiles and write reports based on my finding. I am also part of a violent crime response team.
And you testified in the past as an expert?
I have.
So, just generally, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the process you got to go through in order to determine whether or not something contains the presence of DNA.
Yes, so I will start with serology testing if that's needed for the case. That would be examining for any presence of bodily fluids. That would be blood, semen, saliva. I can also screen an item for touch DNA. So that's going to be something that's left behind after someone has used or touched an item, such as like a hammer, gun. I will use cotton swabs to collect touch DNA from the item. I will then take that swab, cut it, and put it into a tube and take it through the DNA extraction process. And it's going to be a 4-step process. So I will extract the DNA. That's going to get that DNA by itself. I will then take it through a process that allows me to see how much DNA is there. I will then take it to the next process that will make billions of copies of specific locations on the DNA, and then I will run it through an instrument that gives me a DNA profile.
And so if you get a DNA profile, is that the end of the step there?
After the profile is generated, I then have to interpret the results. So that's going to be how many people are there and if I can include or exclude anyone from that DNA profile.
So, just generally speaking, let's say I touch this chair. By me touching that chair, have I left DNA there?
It is possible to leave DNA just from touching an item, yes.
Now, if I have left DNA on that chair, are you going to be able to identify the presence of DNA, number one, and then number two, connect that DNA to me?
That really depends. So if you have touched that chair, there could have been many other people before you that have touched that exact same spot. So there can be a mixture of different people's DNA there. It's also going to depend on the conditions where that chair is. So inside in an air-conditioned environment, DNA can last there for quite a long time. If it's outside in the sunlight, rain, it's going to be a much harsher environment, and DNA can degrade and be difficult to be able to be found there.
What about the quantity of DNA that is up there? Does that, or the quantity of bodily fluids, does that impact whether or not you can identify a DNA profile from an unknown substance?
It does. So a smooth item, you're going to leave less DNA there because there's going to be less friction to get your skin cells and leave them behind on the item. A smoother item is going to not have as much DNA retained there. A rough item, something rubber, like the grip of a gun, that's going to usually leave behind more of that DNA.
Now, directing your attention to this lab case number 212002933.
Yes,
Prepare a report as to your findings in this case.
I did.
Did you examine a number of items in this case?
I did.
Specifically, a number of swabs
I did, yes.
and some cut straws.
Yes.
I can approach.
May.
Show you collective exhibit 357 and ask if you recognize exhibit 357.
I do. It has the TBI lab number, the exhibit number, and my initials at the bottom.
And is this an exhibit that was received into TBI for analysis?
It was, yes.
Okay. Exhibit 360.
Again, it has the TBI lab number, exhibit number, my initials. It also has TBI evidence tape with my initials on it as well.
Exhibit 357. I think we just did 357. I'm sorry, 356.
Yes, it has all the information, TBI evidence tape, and my initials there.
How about exhibit 354?
Yes, has all the same.
And exhibit 355.
Yes, lab number, exhibit number, my initials, and TBI evidence tape with my initials.
And so these items, can you walk the jury through what you do when you receive these items at TBI for analysis?
Yes, so my first step is going to be retrieving those items from the evidence technicians and the evidence vault. I will retrieve those evidence items whenever I am ready to perform my testing. I will then get it to my lab and document the outside packaging, and I will then itemize everything. So that's going to be me going through each package and giving each individual exhibit its own letter. So it's going to be consecutive letters. Once everything is documented, I will then open up the items and begin my testing. In this case, many of the items were swabs that were taken previously, so it would be me documenting those swabs and getting all of my notes in order before I begin cutting and taking it through the DNA process.
And did you also receive the known standards of Mr. Deondre Davis?
Yes, I did.
Rashan Jordan?
Yes.
And when we say the known standards, are those just the buccal swabs?
Yes, they're going to be buccal swabs, so it's going to be a cotton tip on a piece of stick, and they're going to rub it against the cheek to get a standard from that individual.
And Mr. Stanley Freeman?
Yes, I did.
Was that a DNA card?
Yes, that would be a blood card from the ME's office.
Now, the examination that you did in this case, were you able to identify any known standard of anybody from all of the exhibits that you examined?
Out of all the exhibits, I did not have any DNA profiles that I was able to include or exclude anyone from.
And so generally, you had a number of swabs from firearms,
That's correct.
bullets,
I had swabs from bullets, yes.
and so can you explain to the jury just, you know, why is that? Why would you have do your examination and you're not able to make an identification? What could impact that?
It's going to be impacted by the amount of DNA there. So if there is not enough DNA there, I would call it limited, and there's not enough data there. So we have certain thresholds that we have to have, and none of these, if it would be limited, it would not have met that threshold to be able to include or exclude anyone from it. Another problem would be if so many DNA profiles would there, it would be too complex. So say for instance, someone had passed a gun around to many people, there would be many individuals that would be contributing DNA to the grip of that gun, and it would be too complex for me to be able to include or exclude anyone from. The more people you add to a DNA mixture, the harder it gets to be able to determine if someone is in that DNA mixture or not in there.
So this report, let's talk about let's look at 001-R.
Okay.
And could you tell the jury first, what is your exhibit 001-R?
Exhibit 1R is swabs from trigger of TN arms.
Now, you examined that swab.
I did.
Explain to us what your findings
So the findings I have are the DNA profile obtained is consistent with a mixture of at least 4 individuals, including at least 1 male. Due to the complexity of the mixture, this profile is inconclusive for comparison purposes. So basically what I'm saying there is that there were too many people in that mixture, and I was not able to include or exclude anyone from it because there were so many people. It's very similar to a room of people talking. So say you walked into a room and there are 4 people talking. You can tell that there's 4 people talking, but you can't understand what any one person is saying because it's all mixed together.
You just described my job.
So, with that, I want to talk about, so you're saying that there's at least 4 individuals?
Correct.
Maybe 8?
There could be more individuals there.
Do you know a time as to when they left this DNA on this trigger?
I do not.
Do you know if they left the DNA on the trigger 10 years ago?
I cannot say when it was left there.
You can just say it was there.
Correct.
That's pretty much your entire report.
Yes.
Mixture of a whole bunch of DNA on these swabs.
I did. I had mixtures on many of these samples, and they were too complex to be able to interpret.
Now, just because someone, if there is a video of somebody handling a gun, does that mean that they're going to leave DNA on that gun?
Objection calls for speculation.
I think it's within her expertise. She can render an overrule. You may answer.
In my opinion, it really depends on the item. So if that item had been cleaned and one person had touched it, I would be more likely to be able to get a DNA profile from that I would be able to include or exclude anyone from. If it had been touched by many individuals, I would expect there to be mixtures that I would not be able to interpret whether someone would be included or excluded. They could leave DNA, but it would be something where I wouldn't be able to say anything about in this case.
Showing you,
370.
Exhibit 370. Do you recognize Exhibit 370 as a redacted report?
Yes,
And is that your report?
it is.
I can move this in as Exhibit 370.
Any objection?
None.
Be exhibit 370.
Sorry,
370.
ask this.
Cross-examination. Who would like to go first? Mr. Isaacs?
I would. Not right now, but. And that was 70?
Yes.
370.
370. Good afternoon, Agent ISIP. My name is Gregory Isaacs, and I, along with Ms. Mathis, represent Mr. Davis. In this case, you compiled an official forensic biology report, correct?
That's correct.
And the focus of your official forensic biology report was your analysis of DNA, correct?
That's correct.
And we all hear about DNA, and over the last few years and few decades, would you agree with me, it's been a game changer in the law enforcement and legal community, correct?
Correct.
And basically, deoxyribonucleic acid is the molecule that contains a genetic marker, and you analyze the similarities between 5 major markers or strains, correct? Generally.
Five markers?
Four, yes. The amino acids and the proteins, or you tell me, you're the expert, I'm not.
Sure. So the locations on DNA that I'm looking at are unique to individuals. So I'm not looking at the entire DNA that's in a person. I'm looking at 27 certain areas that have been shown to have variability between individuals and have been shown to be able to be unique to individuals except for identical twins.
And there have been cases where you have testified, you have done the forensic analysis, the swabs, and you have linked one particular person to one particular piece of evidence, correct?
That's possible, yes.
And there are cases where there is scientific certainty as to the match of the DNA, correct?
Correct. I would put a statistical value to any match that I was able to make in my cases.
So let's just be very clear. In this case, you did not identify any single individual based on your analysis of DNA, correct?
Correct. I was not able to include or exclude anyone from the mixtures of the exhibits that I tested in this case.
And the items that were tested, and we'll go over those in detail, was swabs from a Glock 37 handgun, correct?
Correct.
There were swabs, and when I say the gun, that means the trigger, correct?
There were different swabs taken from each gun. So some guns had swabs from the grip, some from the trigger slide. Some of those swabs were taken on each item. Some of them had different swabs taken depending on the gun.
Yep. And some, there were the trigger, the grip, the magazine, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree with me that it was a very thorough collection of DNA as it related to the swabs of the items that were tested, correct?
Can you repeat that?
Well, the swabs were taken from different areas of the weapon, correct?
That's correct.
And not only was the handgun tested, there was the same amount of swabs taken from the rifle, correct?
Yes. The trigger and grip, the foregrip was swabbed, so those were swabbed separately. The grip, the trigger, and then the foregrip.
Likewise, there were a number of swabs taken from the 2020 Nissan Altima, correct?
Correct.
There were swabs from the gear shift of the Nissan Altima, correct?
That's correct.
From the headrest of the 2020 Nissan Altima, correct?
Correct.
From the steering wheel of the 2020 Nissan Altima, correct?
Correct.
From the driver's seat headrest of the 2020 Nissan Altima, correct?
Correct.
And in this case, as we've said, you cannot tell us who touched these items, but you can tell us that more than one individual had possession or touched the handgun, the rifle, and were in the Altima, correct?
Yes. There were mixtures on all of those.
And to be clear, you can't tell us who, you can't tell us when people touch these particular things, correct?
That's correct.
You can't tell us why their DNA is on the handgun, the rifle, or in the Altima, correct?
No, I cannot tell when someone left DNA behind. I cannot tell if anyone has included in a mixture in this case because the mixtures were too complex.
And you can't tell what they did or didn't do when they were in the car or where they touched the gun, correct?
No, I cannot.
You can't tell this jury that the DNA that's contained on the rifle or the handgun matches with someone that actually pulled the trigger, correct?
No, yes, that's correct.
let's look at, if we could pull up Exhibit 370 and go to the results, if we could. And do you have the report in front of you,
I do.
Agent Ison? Thank you, Mr. Robinette. And Agent Ison, if you could refer to, this is page 2 under results, under section 001A. And that is the swabs from the grip of the Glock 37, correct?
That's correct.
And your results was the DNA profile is consistent with a mixture of 4 separate individuals, correct?
Yes, it would be a mixture of at least 4 individuals.
So that means we know to a reasonable degree of forensic biological certainty that there were at least 4 people that are identified as touching that Glock, but there could have been more, correct?
That's correct.
And we do not know when they touched it, why they touched it, or what they did with it, correct?
That's correct.
And we also know that at least one of the individuals was a male, correct?
That's correct.
The same for swabs from the trigger of the Glock. There were 4 separate individuals at least, correct?
Yes, for at least 4 individuals for Exhibit 001B.
And we know that at least one was a male, and it is possible that the other 3 or more individuals could have been female, correct?
It's possible. I am not able to determine that. I can only say that there was at least 1 male there.
And if we look at the results of Exhibit 001C, the results are a little different, correct?
Correct.
And on the side of the Glock, same gun where you swabbed, there were at least 5 separate individuals that had touched the gun, correct?
Yes, so Exhibit 11C, the swabs from the slide of Glock 37 was at least 5 individuals, including at least 1 male.
And when we go to 001F, what does that represent, Agent Isaac?
001F is swabs from grip of M&P pistol.
Okay.
I'm sorry, M&P shield.
And in this one, there is a mixture of 2 people, correct?
1F. You did say Exhibit 1F?
Let me, I asked you the wrong exhibit. Let's go to Exhibit 001K. There was no examination performed, the same all the way through P. Is that correct?
Yes, I did not perform any examinations on those exhibits.
And those are from the Glock, the magazines, the grip of the rifle. Why?
I believe I did examine the grip of the rifle. Which exhibit were you referring to?
I was referring to 001K, through 001X.
I did perform examinations on 001Q through, is it, through S, and then also 001V through W. I did perform examinations on.
And those results were generally the same?
They were mixtures and they were inconclusive mixtures.
Now, if we can hit pause for a second, your report is dated 1/13/2022, correct?
That's correct.
And do you know when these swabs were taken?
I do not.
And are you aware when this shooting took place?
On my statement excuse me, the request for examination has February 12th, 2021 as the date.
And is there any reason why it would have taken nearly over 11 months to have compiled a forensic biology report?
Yes, the unit I work for has a backlog. There are many cases in the queue to be completed. It depends on the time and how many cases are before it, but it can take a while for a case to be completed.
All right, so look, in terms of categorizing the rifle and the Glock, again, your results were inconclusive. We know that at least 4 or more, or on one occasion, 5 or more individuals touched the guns and left their DNA, correct?
That's correct.
Now let's segue, if we could, to the 2020 Nissan Altima. If I could refer you to item number 001ZB, the seat headrest of the 2020 Nissan Altima. It's true, is it not, that that again was inconclusive and showed that at least 5 individuals had left their DNA on the headrest and only one was identified as a male, correct?
Yes, there were at least 5 individuals and at least 1 male.
If we look at item 001ZD, which is the steering wheel of the 2020 Nissan Altima, likewise inconclusive, and there were at least 4 individuals that drove that car, and you can only say that one was a male, correct?
That's correct.
And we don't know when they drove it, how long they drove it, or where they drove it, correct?
That's correct.
There was a red straw from a Wendy's cup, 001ZF, 001ZG, a red straw from Wendy's cup, Little Lead, and a clear straw from a Taco Bell cup, 001ZH, not verified, no exam. Why?
I did not take those forward for DNA testing because I had already taken about 20 exhibits through the DNA process, so I did not test those exhibits.
And unlike the science of fingerprints, one is more readily to find DNA on surfaces that aren't smooth as opposed to smooth surfaces, correct?
So that would be for touch DNA. Bodily fluids are a little different. They have a lot of DNA in bodily fluids, so it would be a good surface if someone had spit or drank through a straw. So that can be a good source of DNA.
Let me, based on, and how long have you been with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation?
Since 2017.
And would you, in terms of reliability and accuracy, are you familiar with the science of fingerprint analysis as well, generally?
I am generally familiar with it, yes.
And you would agree with me that DNA evidence, fingerprint evidence are typically present at crime scenes, vehicles, guns, etc., correct?
They can be present at scenes, yes.
And in fact, it would be atypical or unusual to have a battery of forensic testing for weapons, vehicle, items that were drank out of, and not to have any results. Would it not?
I'm confused about your use of results.
If I am going to drive a car, hold a gun, touch different things, I should leave a fingerprint or DNA, correct?
Yes, you can leave those. It depends on how many other people have left DNA or fingerprints on those exhibits.
And let's just be very clear, other than the fact that multiple people touched these firearms and multiple people apparently drove this car, you know absolutely nothing about this case forensically, correct?
I was not able to have any profiles that I was able to include or exclude from.
Thank you, Agent Isaac.
Mr. Robinette, you may ask.
I have a question, John.
Redirect. Thank you, Special Agent. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
Everybody okay? Anybody need a break? Next witness.
Are you?
Investigator, just give us 1 minute, please, sir.
$371.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony about to give in the case now on trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat, investigator.
Give us your name, please.
Dylan Williams.
Where are you employed?
I work for the Knoxville Police Department.
How long have you been with the Knoxville Police Department?
I've worked there for 9 years.
What do you do with the Knoxville Police Department?
I'm an investigator with the Violent Crimes Unit.
And were you so employed with the Knoxville Police Department back on February 12, 2021?
Yes.
I want to jump to February 15, 2021. Did you have occasion to assist in the homicide investigation of the Stanley Freeman case?
Yes.
Did you have occasion to work on some circulars?
Yes, I did.
Talk to the jury about the process that you go through in requesting a circular.
I will work on the body of the search warrant, and then when I get it together, I will go before a judge, and he will read over it and decide if there's probable cause to sign the search warrant. If there is, he'll sign the search warrant.
So what was the first search warrant that you did in this case?
It was for 2 cell phone numbers that I served to AT&T,
And those 2 cell numbers were for who?
Deondre Davis and Rashan Jordan.
And do you recognize Mr. Jordan in court today?
Yes,
Where is Mr. Jordan seated?
right there, far right.
And what does he have on today?
He's on a gray shirt.
And the state would ask if the record could reflect that Mr. Jordan is, Mr. Williams has identified Mr. Jordan.
Very well.
And you recognize Mr. Davis?
Yes,
And where's Mr. Davis seated?
right there,
And what does he have on today?
a white shirt.
The record could reflect that Investigator Williams has identified Mr. Davis.
Very well.
And so you prepared a search warrant for AT&T for what information?
This was for historical and real-time location data on these 2 phone numbers.
And you prepared that and you submitted that to the judge, to a judge?
Yes,
And were you able to get a search warrant?
yes, I was.
Once you got that search warrant, what did you do with that information or what happened then?
In conjunction with the FBI, I served that to AT&T.
And so, going to February 16th, did you become aware that Mr. Davis and Mr. Jordan were located?
Yes.
What did you then do?
I then responded to the office to assist with what they would need me to assist with.
One of the things that you eventually prepare a search warrant for the house.
Yes.
And tell us about the process you went through in preparing a search warrant for the house.
I spoke with partners and developed a search warrant for 1614 Cathedral, and then I presented that search warrant to a judge who then signed the search warrant.
And what did you then do?
I then went to 1614 Cathedral to serve the search warrant.
And what happened when you got to the cathedral?
When I got there, I assisted in searching the residence.
Now, did you notice anything? Did you go inside the house?
Yes, I did.
And I know that Investigator Tech Gonzalez has run through these pictures, but I want to talk a little bit about what stood out to you whenever you were helping in the search.
As far as what I observed in the house?
Yeah, I mean, did you confiscate something in the house?
Yes, I did.
Do you recognize Exhibit 242?
Yes.
What is Exhibit 242?
It's the front of the residence.
And going back to Exhibit 243, anything in Exhibit 243 that stands out to you?
Yes.
What is that?
It appears the front of the residence has a ring doorbell on it.
Right here. Okay. Exhibit 244?
Yes, that's the living room, the first room that you enter in the house.
Anything in this photograph that stands out?
Yes, you'll see a phone there on the middle cushion.
And did this catch your attention?
Yes.
Exhibit 245?
Yes, you'll see a phone there on a pillow on the right side of the couch.
Now, are you the one who confiscated these 2 phones?
Yes.
Show you Exhibit 371. 372. Showing you Exhibit 371. You recognize Exhibit 371?
Yes.
What is Exhibit 371?
This is a white iPhone that I would have confiscated from the house.
And when you confiscated it, what did you then do with it? Put it in that envelope there?
Yes, I put it in the envelope, sealed it, and took it to our property unit, confiscations unit, who files it.
Showing you exhibit 372, you recognize exhibit 372?
Yes.
What is exhibit 372?
This would have been a teal iPhone that was taken from the house as well.
And did you put that in that envelope?
Yes.
And once you put it in the envelope, what did you then do with it?
I then sealed it up, signed it, and took it to confiscations as well.
I'd like to move exhibits 371 and 372 in as evidence.
Any objection? 371, 372.
Now, eventually,
Just to be clear to folks, at this point, we've just introduced the physical phones themselves, not the electronic contents of the phone. So when you got them back there during deliberations, you can't plug them up and start searching through them, right? It's just the phones that are in evidence right now. You may continue, Jim.
and so eventually, did you prepare a search warrant for these phones
Yes,
for a search?
I did.
And then, once that was prepared, was that search warrant granted?
Yes, it was.
And so explain to the jury the process that you have to go through when you want to get the phones analyzed.
So after we get a search warrant for the phones, if it has a passcode on it, we have to take it to a number of options of people that can help us gain access to it. In this case, I would take it to our ICAC unit. Shannon Morris in our ICAC unit was the person that downloaded the phones. They use a program to plug the phone up, download the information from the phone that we can then observe.
And so just, so we're clear for the record, exhibit 372, you got this described as the teal iPhone.
Yes,
You were able to submit this to Shannon Morris for an examination.
yes,
And did she, was she able to examine it?
she was.
Was she able to provide you a report?
Yes,
Exhibit 371, this is described as a white iPhone. Were you able to submit this to Shannon Morris for an examination?
yes,
And did she prepare a report for you?
she did.
And so whenever I say a report, can you describe that like on a thumb drive or what are we talking about when we say report?
Yes, it's usually given back to me on a thumb drive, which I'll then plug into my computer. And it's a program that you can access, open it up on your computer so you can kind of navigate through the data on the phone on your computer.
And so were you able to look through that data?
Yes,
Were you able to see any videos
yes,
of Mr. Jordan
yes,
and Mr. Davis?
I was.
Any photos
Yes,
of Mr. Jordan
yes,
and Mr. Davis?
yes.
So that was 371, 372. So we go to 373. This one's gonna be 373. Yep. So showing you what's gonna be marked as 373 for ID. Looks like file name IMG_0652 period MP4. Do you recognize this image here?
Yes,
Did you have occasion to review this video?
I did.
And in reviewing the video, were you able to identify anybody in the video?
Yes,
Showing you, let's see, 373A and B. Yeah, this is. Showing you 373A. Do you recognize that as a still shot from the video in 373?
yes.
And do you recognize who this person is?
Deondre Davis.
If you don't mind, write on 373A who that person is. Showing you, and for the record, you've written Deondre Davis?
Yes,
Showing you exhibit 373B. Do you recognize exhibit 373B as being a still shot of the video shown in exhibit 373?
I do.
And you recognize who that person is?
Rashan Jordan.
You can write that, please. I can make exhibit 373, 373A, 373C, 3B as ID only.
Very well.
videos, did you review this video, file name IMG_0654MP4,
Yes.
and showing you Exhibit 374A, 74B? Were you able to identify, do you recognize Exhibit 374A as a still shot of that video that's listed in 374?
Yes.
And do you recognize the person in this still shot?
Yes, Deondre Davis.
Wipe that, please. Showing you the next page, 374B. Are you able to recognize this as a still shot from the video in 374?
Yes.
And can you identify who that person is?
Rashan Jordan.
Write that, please. We can make Exhibit 374, 374A and B ID only.
Just the continuing objection, Your Honor.
Yeah, she hasn't sought to move in, but.
375. Showing you Exhibit 375. Again, did you have occasion to review this video from the phone exams?
Yes.
And for the record, that's file name IMG_0195.mp4.
Yes.
And in reviewing that video, do you recognize 375A as a screenshot of the video in 375?
I do.
And are you able to identify the person in Exhibit 375A?
Rashan Jordan.
Wipe that, please. And showing you Exhibit 375B. I know this is a bad picture here, but were you able to identify the driver in 375?
Yes.
And is this the driver's wearing a white sweatshirt?
Yes.
And are you able to identify who that person was?
Deondre Davis.
Wipe that, please. I'd like to move for ID only.
Right.
Exhibit 375, 375A, and 375B. 376. Exhibit 376, we're able to watch the video that's shown here in Exhibit 376. That's going to be IMG_0246.mp4.
Yes.
And in reviewing that video, were you able to identify the driver of the video?
Yes.
And do you recognize Exhibit 376A as a screenshot of the video in 376?
Yes.
And who is that person?
Deondre Davis.
Okay, please. Move this in for ID only for 376 and 376A. Going to photographs, showing you Exhibit 377. Were you able to look at photographs from the phone exams as well?
Yes.
And had you seen, were you able to see this photograph here in 377?
I was.
Able to identify the person here in Exhibit 377?
Rashan Jordan.
And is Exhibit 377A, is that just a enlarged photograph of Mr. Jordan?
Yes.
Can you write his name, please? I'd like to make this ID only, 377 and 377A. 378. Showing you this photograph here, Exhibit 378. Were you able to see this photograph?
Yes.
Were you able to identify the person in this photograph?
Deondre Davis.
Wipe that, please. showing you 379, you have to identify that person.
Yes, Deondre Davis.
Write his name. That ID. 379. Now, before we get to 380, did you also prepare a search warrant for Rashan Jordan's iCloud account?
I did.
And explain to the jury the process you went through in preparing a search warrant for Rashan Jordan's iCloud account.
Same general process, gathering your facts, write up the search warrant, present it to a judge, and if the judge believes you have probable cause, he'll sign the search warrant.
Yeah, was that?
I'm sorry. With the same objection we had for the photos,
Yeah, I don't think you're gonna move them in right now, so we'll say that objection till she tries to move them in.
And so, I want to show you, I'm going to do this collectively. I'm going to do these pictures collectively, 381. Collectively. And so showing you these three photographs, are you able to identify 380, who is shown in exhibit 381?
Yes, Rashan Jordan and Deondre Davis.
And if you could, if you want to write, which one is Deondre Davis?
You can just do initials if you want.
And which one is Rashan Jordan? And for the record, you've written the initials next to each person?
Yes.
What color of shirt is Mr. Davis wearing?
White,
And what color shirt is Mr. Jordan wearing?
black.
Okay. What about for 381A?
This one here.
Same thing.
Deondre Davis and Rashan Jordan.
I'm gonna write the initials. And 381B.
Rashan Jordan.
Okay. And this is what you got back from Apple?
Yes.
And did Apple also send you a certification of custodian records?
Yes,
And is this a copy of that?
it is.
That was 380, was the certification.
Certification D3C. You can make 381 ID only,
Sir?
Can we?
Sure.
It's just ID only.
I know, I want to talk about something else.
Okay.
So, just for the record, so making 382 ID only, that's the certification. And then 381, 381A, and 381B, the photographs. And so I wanted to show you that because taking that in conjunction with, that's your knowledge, did you have occasion to review the video in Exhibit 380?
Yes.
And for the record, this is going to be, the file name up there is a Snapchat video or something. Are you able to see Exhibit 380A as a still shot of the video in 380?
Yes.
And are you able to identify the person in Exhibit 380?
Rashan Jordan.
I'm going to write that name on the second page. so we've got the search warrant for AT&T records, search warrant for the house, search warrant for the phone, search warrant for the iCloud account. Let's talk about the vehicles. The Ford that was parked in front of the house, did you prepare a search warrant for the Ford Fusion?
I did.
And so, how many search warrants did you have to prepare for the Ford Fusion?
I did one for the contents of the Ford Fusion and one for the infotainment system.
And so, why did you have to do a separate one for the infotainment system?
So, search warrant for the contents of the vehicle allows you to look inside the vehicle as far as going and taking a piece of the vehicle, like the infotainment system, it's another step. So I applied for a second search warrant to actually take that piece of equipment from the vehicle.
And were you able to go and have that search warrant executed on the Ford Fusion?
Yes,
And were you able to get the infotainment system from the Ford Fusion?
yes.
And did you have to do another search warrant?
Yes, I believe that we needed to follow up on the infotainment system, another piece, and I believe we had to do another search warrant for that.
Three. This is the infotainment system for the Fusion. Do you know if you had to do a second search warrant for the infotainment system for the Fusion?
I'm sorry, I believe that was for the other vehicle.
For the Altima?
For the Fusion, I believe it was just one search warrant for the infotainment system, yes.
So showing you exhibit 3. So do you want to see this first? Showing you exhibit 383. Do you recognize exhibit 383?
Yes,
What is exhibit 383?
that would be what was taken out of the Ford Fusion, the infotainment system.
I'd like to move it into evidence and let him publish that to the jury.
Any objection?
None.
Hearing none. It'd be 383. Again, folks, it's not the electronic contents that are in evidence, it's just the physical item, the infotainment system.
If he could step down and show that to the jury.
You can sit back. You can take it out there if you want.
And so once you got that, what did you then do with that infotainment system?
I then gave that to Shannon Morris with the ICAC unit, who specialized in that type of data.
It's basically just a computer.
Yes,
So you said you also had to do a search warrant for, did you have to do a search warrant for the Altima infotainment system, or did you just see that?
no, I did search warrant for the ultimate infotainment system as well.
Showing you exhibit 384. You recognize exhibit 384?
Yes,
What is exhibit 384?
that would be the box with the infotainment system for the Nissan Altima.
I'd like to move exhibit 384 in as evidence.
Any objection?
Go ahead. And if you
84.
open that, and display that.
You did not.
Probably.
cross, we'll take a recess. You can leave your notebooks and chairs. Please go with the officers. I'll see you in a few minutes. Okay, folks, let's take a 10-minute recess. it doesn't sound like from what Mr. North has heard that it has anything to do with the school. It's just like they're in the area. Is she okay? She feels. Okay, okay. So it sounds like the juror's okay. Does anybody want me to talk to that person about it? Everybody good?
State's good. Sorry,
You okay?
Yeah.
Okay, bring him on in. Everybody may be seated to state whether college jury. State, please, Ron. Ms. Mathis, you would call.
Waiver.
Ms. Robin, you would. Welcome back, folks. Thanks for that break. We're ready to continue with the cross-examination. Mr. Robinette, you want to go first, sir? Investigator, you understand you're still at sir?
Yes,
Sh Williams, how are you doing today?
doing well, thank you.
You stated that you obtained a search warrant for 1614 Cathedral Avenue. Is that correct?
Yes,
And that house resident does not belong to Mr. Jordan. Is that correct?
that's correct.
And you know, like you have a projector.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
And when did you help execute the search warrant?
I did,
Okay. And you stated that you found 2 cell phones. Is that correct?
yes,
And one is right here on this couch. Am I right?
yes.
And which one is this? Is the white cell phone or the teal cell phone?
I believe that is the white, or excuse me, the teal cell phone.
Okay. And you're saying the other cell phone is right here. Is that correct?
Yes,
This is the white cell phone,
yes,
and they're both on the couch area.
yes,
Are you absolutely sure on that?
yes,
Okay. Do you remember testifying in a juvenile court hearing?
yes.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know how loud this is, Your Honor.
Well, I mean, I'm assuming you're trying to impeach him with a prior inconsistent statement.
Yes, Your Honor.
So you need to ask him what he said before you can bring in the other statement. And
Yes,
so
Your Honor.
he has to have an opportunity to explain that statement before it can be brought in.
Yes,
So
Your
you have to ask him.
Do you remember testifying at the juvenile hearing?
Yes,
Do you remember testifying that you found one cell phone in the back bedroom?
I did.
Okay, and you found the other cell phone in the living room, is that correct?
Yes, I testified that, yes.
So why the inconsistency?
That hearing was about 9 months after the search, and I had not gotten a copy of the crime lab photographs that were taken of the residence before we searched it. And so that was just a mistake on recollection on my part. And the cell phone that I did discover in the back left bedroom was determined to be the homeowners, the females. And so that was left with her at the residence. And so it was just a mistake on my part.
So that was a mistake. But that when you testify at that removal hearing, that was what 9 months after the search of the house. Is that correct?
Yes,
So back then, it's more recent than now. Is that correct?
yes. I hadn't had a chance to review the crime lab photos to help jog my memory. And there was a lot of items that we observed in the house. And so it was just a mistake on my recollection. After I had a chance to review the crime lab photos, I was better to recollect what was found where and stuff.
But you did testify under oath, correct?
Yes,
And you swore that was the truth. Is that correct?
yes.
So I got you on.
Ms. Mathis?
Your Honor, I don't have any questions at this time, but I'd ask this witness be subject to recall.
Very well. Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. So, sir, did you actually recover a third cell phone?
Yes,
And, what number are we on that? 385. Showing you exhibit 385. You correct? That's Exhibit 385?
Yes.
What is Exhibit 385?
It was a black UMX cell phone.
And did you recover this cell phone?
Yes.
Where did you recover this cell phone?
In the first right bedroom of the residence.
And so this one was recovered in the bedroom, and the other two were recovered in the living room.
Yes.
You made this Exhibit 385.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
I would object to any content, but.
Right, yeah. So we'll admit the phone itself in the 385, but not the electronic content.
So you did recover a phone in the bedroom,
Yes.
and then the two that we're talking about, though, were recovered in the living room.
Yes.
Ms. Robinette? Ms. Mathis?
I have one question just
Okay.
on that topic. You were present for the execution of the search warrant as you testified, correct?
Yes.
Can you just indicate on the diagram which bedroom you're speaking that you found this third cell phone in?
It would have been right here.
Okay. Thanks. And I would still ask that you be subject to reach, Your Honor.
Anything else, John?
You pointed out that'd be the bedroom where the 45 caliber handgun was recovered.
Yes.
That's all.
Ms. Robinette? Ms. Mathis?
Nothing at this time.
Investigator, you will be discharged from the stand today. However, since you have not been released as a witness, you may not discuss your testimony with any other witnesses until the case is, until I've released you, okay?
Okay.
All right, but at this time, you're free to go.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is 4:15. Our next witness requires that I hear some legal matters before we hear that proof. And by the time we finish that, it would probably be fairly close to the end of the day. So we're going to let you off a little bit early this afternoon. So I'm going to send you home with the same instructions that I've been giving you, and that is do not assess this case among yourself or with anyone else. Also, do not try to learn about the case outside of the courtroom. Due to the media coverage of this case, I would ask you to refrain from watching local media. If for some reason you're exposed to something about this case, please stop watching, listening, or reading what it was you're exposed to, and let me know what happened next time I see you. Tomorrow I've got actually a little bit more worth, pretty good sized docket that I'm going to try to compress in 1 hour. And so I'm going to do my other cases from 9 to 10 tomorrow, so we won't get started until 10 o'clock. And as you've seen, when I say 10 o'clock, that means 10:15, right? But I'd ask you to be here at 10 just in the case a miracle happens that I'm actually on time. So try to be here by 10 o'clock tomorrow. And I'll tell you, tomorrow's Thursday, which is the busiest day in the city-county building, so there's going to be lots of people parking and stuff. So if you want to come early, that's absolutely fine. It'll take you a while, a little bit longer than normal to get a place to park and come. So make sure you give yourself enough time, but I'll see you tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Take your notebooks with you. I'll see you in the morning. Have a good day, folks. Okay, folks, have a seat. So nobody else asked this question because I'm sure you all know, but those phones were not teal and white on there. I'm assuming those are cases, right? Now, it was pretty obvious, and I didn't want to seem stupid to ask that question in front of Investigator Williamson here, but it sounds like none of us are really arguing over which color they really are, but that was a little bit confusing. All right, so we have an issue that I think we can address. We still have time this afternoon, and that has to do with Sergeant Dalton. The one issue I know about is the one projectile that Rachel Warren had collected. Are there other issues other than that? Is that the only thing we need to talk about with Investigator or Sergeant Dalton?
Well, Judge, I think we had the whole issue in the 404B hearing about the ability to, sounds like very technical testimony that I want to make sure is kind of fleshed out outside.
Oh, the two
about
rifles.
Well, all the various pieces, their ability to be interchanged. I'd
Yeah.
like to address that outside
that makes
presence of the
sense.
jury as well.
Yeah.
Because that's going to go directly to all those videos that we're still opposing.
Yeah, right. So let's address let's address that one first. The issue on the 404B with the third rifle, and then we'll go into the extra the miscellaneous bullet. I don't know what to call it. I'm gonna call it the Ridgeline bullet. I know that's making
That will be
I know I'm making an assumption that it's coming out of the ridge line, which you probably don't want to make that assumption, but that's the only way I know how to differentiate it. And so, Sergeant, would you please come up to the witness stand, sir? We're going to do a little jury out hearing with you, and then make you come back tomorrow. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the answers you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat, sir.
Your Honor, in order to address these questions, may I withdraw those 2 members?
Absolutely. And so, Sergeant, there's 2 issues that we need to address that really aren't related, other than you're the one that might provide the answers to these. And so, the 404B, I think really it's up to the state to show an issue that's beyond a character trait. So, General, I'm going to let you start with the questioning on that issue, so we can talk about that extra rifle and how they may or may not interchange.
Could you state your name for the record, please?
Brian Dalton,
Whom you employed, sir?
Knoxville Police Department.
In what capacity?
I am a supervisor of the forensic unit at sergeant level, and I am a forensic firearm and tool mark examiner.
That firearm and tool mark examiner, are there special classes, trainings, and experiences that enable you to carry that title?
Yes, it is a 2-year training program that's designed by AFTE, the Association of Firearm and Tool Mark Examiners, as well as ATF.
For the sake of the record and the stenographer, perhaps you could just slow down just a little bit.
Yes, sir.
With regards to those, that particular title, what kinds of training and experience and background enable you to carry that title?
That title encompasses a multifaceted series of training: serial number restoration, muzzle to target distance determination, shotgun pattern analysis, firearms operation. I'm an armorer for Glock, SIG, Smith & Wesson M&P platform, High Point, Springfield 1911, Springfield XD, just to name a number of those. But the majority of my work centers around functionality of firearms and microscopic examination of bullets and cartridge cases as they relate to firearms that they may or may not have been fired out of.
As an armorer for those particular organizations, are you familiar with the operations of the various different mechanical pieces of those firearms?
I am.
Are you able to identify and give an opinion with regards to those particular pieces of equipment and their interchangeability?
I am.
Have you been recognized as an expert in this particular field?
I have 34 previous times.
And at this point, Your Honor, I guess for our purposes now and then for the future, we've asked the court to be able to recognize Sergeant Dalton as an expert in the field of tool mark identification and firearms examination.
I think for the purpose of this hearing, there's no objection. Is that correct, Ms. Robinette?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Mathis?
That's correct.
Okay, very good.
So the issue that we have before us at this juncture is the 2 items that are on your left at the witness stand. Are you able to identify what those 2 items are? And by doing so, if you could refer to the exhibit number, that would be helpful.
I can.
And Sergeant, I have checked those, make sure they're safe, but we do double check.
Yes, sir. The first is my exhibit 4.
Judge, I'm back.
Please,
I'm just,
yeah, come over here.
On
Would it be
the
easier if I stood outside of the
I
box,
think
sir?
just as long as the lawyers can see.
Sergeant, on the tag, there is a white court exhibit number. If you could refer to that, please.
Okay, and that will be exhibit number 352.
So
This is my exhibit number 4 for documentation into my report.
and what is that?
This is an AR-15 type firearm. It is currently in a pistol configuration. The buffer tube that is on it, or the receiver extension,
is a 6 position that would typically have a fixed or a adjustable butt stock that would go onto it. But without that stock, this is referred to as a pistol configuration. This particular firearm is chambered in 223 5.56. Both of those are relatively interchangeable. It's a 22 caliber projectile. That cartridge is basically originally designed for military use. Now, the main two components that we have been referring to with this particular item and the other, we've been perhaps overly generically referring to them as an upper and a lower. Can you provide us with a general explanation of what an upper and lower component of those particular firearms are? They're typically referred to, upper and lower is a very common term. Upper receiver and lower receiver would be simpler if I disassemble these and refer to them individually. Bottom portion in this current configuration is typically referred to as a completed lower. Completed just means that it has all the components put into it. The springs, trigger, hammer, pins, pistol grip, buffer tube, all of those. This is a totally independent piece that can be swapped among other AR-15 platform pieces. As we're looking at this, this would be referred to as a completed upper. So it has a fore-end, the actual upper receiver, bolt carrier group, and charging handle. All of the components as well as a forward assist. So a completed upper receiver. It has all the components you would need to fire it if you put this on a completed lower receiver. While that is separated, can you address the other item and reference it for the record by the tag and the evidence number that is in white? This is exhibit number 339, and it is my exhibit number 2 for documentation. The upper receiver on this, the bronze color piece, is chambered in 7.62 by 39. The lower receiver on this piece is a Tennessee Arms lower receiver. This is a completed lower receiver, completed upper receiver assembled together with what's referred to as a pistol brace. And do those two upper and lower come apart also? They separate exactly the same as the previous one that I've disassembled. And with those two particular items, are you able to interchange the lowers with either upper? Yes. And what, if anything, can happen if you do that? It will function exactly as it was designed. There's no difference between the two. So when a lower for the 5.56 is put into the upper of a 7.62, are you able to chamber one particular round versus the other, either or neither or both? Okay, a couple of differences here. The 7.62 diameter, 7.62 by 39 cartridge is slightly larger in diameter. Cartridge case body is larger in diameter. So therefore, the 5.56 cartridge or the 223 cartridge will fit inside that chamber. I don't know that it will actually fire because the smaller diameter will allow it to travel further in the chamber and not be making contact with the bolt of this particular firearm. So even if you attempted to fire it, firing pin traveling forward may not breach the head stamp primer area of the cartridge. In reverse, the 5.56 chamber is smaller in diameter than the 7.62 by 39 cartridge. The 7.62 by 39 cartridge won't fit in that 223 chamber, so therefore it will not come together. The bolt and carrier group will not close on it. So the two parts of the weapons can physically be interchangeable, but the actual workings of the chambering of a projectile and the firing of a projectile would be necessarily unique to each upper. It's completely, especially when we're dealing with these two calibers. The only difference when they're both assembled on either lower receiver, to make it function with a magazine, you need to use a magazine designed for that caliber. The 7.62 by 39 cartridge has much more of a dramatic taper in the cartridge case body. Therefore, that magazine has got more of a
curve to it so that it feeds properly. The 223 or 5.56 cartridge, that magazine is more straight when you compare the two.
While you have the completed version of the 762, can you take that apart and show that to the council and to the court? So the record is clear, what you've just done is swapped out the uppers with the
Correct.
Corresponding lowers. Now that you've swapped them, which particular caliber bullets are able to be fit into the ones that you've just exchanged?
As they're currently set up, this is the 5.56 223 upper. This is the 7.62 by 39. And again, they'll function as designed. Difference would be the magazine that you use to feed that appropriate caliber.
Yes.
Yeah, I think we should address those, yeah.
I'm sorry, the pictures of, from the Snapchat. Yes. No, I'm sorry, it's gonna be the.
We just did them, I think. On the mark for ID.
No, this is what we used last week. It's gonna be the two,
These are
Snapchat
on mark for
pictures.
Yeah, that's,
Is that the one you emailed us?
Yeah, we've not introduced them today, it's just the.
Yeah,
picture
market
of the
for ID.
guns. I haven't introduced those today, it's just those pictures of the gun.
Yeah.
So I don't have. Yes, what we talked
They
about.
were in the PowerPoint, the opening.
that's not what I'm thinking of.
Okay,
You wanna show this now?
yeah, I was gonna see if I could pull it up, just showing the photographs of the gun that shows it lowers and the interchange. I just gotta find it.
Mr. Hodges, I know you got a time crunch, you just leave when you need to.
If I just, with the court's permission, and when I appreciate the court's indulgence, would the court object to me exiting right now? Because this is Ms. Mathis's witness.
Yeah, she knows what she's doing. Whatever, if you're fine, I'm fine.
Very well.
Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow.
I'm ready.
Oh, sorry.
This photo?
Can you take a look at this photograph here on the right-hand side of this screenshot? And are you able to offer comments on the different colorations that would appear in that photograph as being the upper and lower?
A couple of different things to note. On the upper receiver, the position of the sticker is consistent with the upper receiver that we have. And what I'm talking about position of the sticker is the relationship of that E to the top of this bolt stop or bolt release catch, both left and right and vertically. On the lower receiver, there's a light area noticed at this protrusion on the lower receiver where the bolt catch is pinned in. Then there is a dark spot on top of that area, a light spot, and then there is a linear mark just above the magazine catch. This is consistent with the lower receiver that I received.
Is it as they're configured now, like that upper with that lower?
Yes, sir.
So you're saying that lower, that picture right there
It's
shows it
consistent with this
configured the way
firearm.
it is right there.
Now, with this particular screenshot showing a different configuration, can you explain the difference?
Looking at the upper receiver, this appears to be the same upper receiver. Using the sticker itself in its relationship to that bolt stop, the lower receiver here is a different color, and I believe if this is zoomed in, you can see Tennessee or Tennessee arms in this area. This is consistent with the other lower receiver of the other firearm that I received.
Is that configured in that way?
Not configured in this way, but configured before we swap the upper and lower receiver in that position. So I'd need to put the bronze upper back on the black lower receiver.
Very good. Okay.
Cross-examination, who'd like to go first? Any? I mean, you don't have to.
No, yes, I would like to, and if I could just stay here, it might be easier for me to.
Sure, yeah, just as long as, you're pretty loud, as long as we get that microphone.
Fairly loud.
I didn't mean it, I didn't mean it that way. I just meant we're picking you up on the record.
No, you're fine. Explain it again, because it's late in the day, which round is wider?
The 7.62 is slightly larger in diameter. This may be a good way to use this as a presentation.
Have an example of each for us?
I have a cartridge case that's been fired out of the 223, so if you'll bear with me to dig.
I think we have those up as
Okay.
well, so.
Okay. All right. So, putting these relatively side by side, if I can hold them still. On your right is the 223 5.56 cartridge case. The other is the 7.62, noticeably larger in diameter. So that's what I mean. The smaller one can fit inside the larger chamber, but not vice versa. The bolt would stop because it would stop short in that chamber, would not be able to chamber if you put the wrong cartridge in the wrong gun. However, the 223 would fit in the larger chamber, but it may travel deeper in the chamber so that it does not make contact with the bolt face.
All right, so you agree with the firearms assembled as they are now, one of them would be inoperable with the correct cartridge casing.
No, it'd be operable with the correct cartridge.
The larger one is going to fire through the more narrow firearm?
You said would be operable with the correct. If you put the correct cartridge case in the correct firearm, it would be operable.
Okay, well, so let me ask a different way then. Does the lower require a particular size casing?
No.
Okay, so the lower is, I can put either casing through this lower, either casing through this lower, it just depends on which magazine I load into the
Correct.
lower.
Correct.
But,
And both magazines for either caliber will fit in either lower receiver. The
Okay,
only
that's
difference is the
universal.
shape of the magazine. It's universal when we're talking about the 5.56, 223, 300 blackout, the 7.62 by 39. If you start looking at some of the pistol calibers like a 9mm, there are lower receivers that are made to receive a Glock magazine. There is an adapter made for different 9mm magazines that will fit in either one of these lower receivers and many, many other options.
but the magazines, so you inspect the magazines in this case as well?
I did.
Okay, and so any of the magazines that have been introduced in this case could be placed into either receiver, you're saying?
Not any magazine. There are Glock magazines in this
I
case as
apologize.
well.
Either
These
rifle
magazines.
magazine
Correct.
are able to be inserted into either of these?
Correct.
And fire?
Correct. Now,
And,
fired only if we're talking about the right magazine will fit in either lower receiver. caliber dependent on the correct upper receiver being assembled.
Okay. And you talked about the difference between a completed upper and a completed lower. Can you just explain, in a completed upper, what part of that weapon is going to make a marking or any sort of impression?
Multiple areas, simpler if I disassemble one of these to give you all of those
I'm trying to
examples.
understand just the difference between the uppers and lowers and what they're gonna render for your analysis purposes.
Okay. The simplest thing to discuss right at this point is talking about the completed lower receiver. So magazine's inserted into the magazine well. You'll see the top two cartridges visible here. No part of this lower receiver is making truly direct contact with that cartridge as it's chambered. What happens as you go to chamber this firearm, you pull the charging handle rearward, the handle further out of the way. Bolt and carrier group travels rearward into the buffer tube. When it's released, spring of tension in the buffer tube pushes back forward. Front portion on the bolt here picks up that top cartridge off the magazine. It's pushing just in front, very much kind of in that position. As it starts to push it off the magazine, it'll start to rise out of the magazine. From that point, it'll make contact with the barrel extension, which guides it into the chamber. Points that we're looking for comparison can be off the barrel extension, can be chamber marks, can be the bolt face itself, the firing pin, the extractor, the ejector, and in some cases, you'll have ejection port marks. But lower receiver doesn't affect what we're looking for here. This is coming directly from the magazine to the bolt face pushed into the chamber.
Okay, so the lower receiver is not going to have any markings that are going to be relevant to your analysis.
I'm not going to say 100% that would absolutely, it's never,
Unless it's
nothing's
like a
ever,
defect or
correct.
something obvious, right?
In normal operation, this is picking up off the magazine, so it's making contact with the magazine, travels forward, and goes into the barrel extension and into the chamber.
So as far as any analysis you would offer in this case as to markings on casings or markings on, I suppose, any projectiles that were recovered, none of those are going to be indicated by the lower receiver in this case.
Correct.
Only by the upper receiver.
Correct, correct.
Okay. And then you talked about, okay, so we talked about uppers and lowers, and we talked about how essentially those are the two pieces of the firearm, but you would also agree that we have a few other pieces within that that are interchangeable. So we have, say, I assume that we're just gonna refer to this as the grip. You probably have a different.
No, pistol grip, pistol
Okay,
grip's
so
perfect.
you would agree that the pistol grip's interchangeable?
Correct.
Pretty much on any firearm?
How about we go about it a different way? What is not interchangeable between these two would be the barrel, because they're a completely different diameter of the bore, and the bolt itself and the magazine. That's basically it. All your other pins, springs are going to be the same. The carrier can be the same. The gas tube, gas block can be the same. All of the individual components in the lower receiver and the other springs and items in the upper receiver, charging handle for instance.
So you agree that the appearance of the firearm could be the same firearm in different pieces, or it could be a completely different firearm, correct?
I'm not sure that I understand your question.
So if I'm looking at one of these firearms, let me actually back up farther than that. You would agree that these are mass-produced firearms?
Yes and no. The Tennessee Arms lower receiver is a completed lower receiver. Whether you bought that as a completed lower, just a stripped lower receiver, so that's just this bronze piece without any other portion of it. No pistol grip, no barrel extension, no hammer, no trigger, no pins. Or it can be purchased as a complete firearm. That's the Tennessee Arms. This one is a completed 80%, so there's no serial number on it. It is not in a fireable configuration when it was originally produced. There is required machining to make it an operable firearm by the end user. So yes to your question and no to your question.
Okay, so follow-up question. Can you explain what you mean by 80% a little bit?
Okay.
A little bit more detail?
I won't get into all of the ins and outs of the ATF because that changes a little bit. Basically what we're referring to is this lower receiver, just the bronze portion, forget all of the black components. The magazine will already be molded into it. or magazine body. The area that has to be completed by the end user is milling out all of the material, which will be a solid, basically a solid billet of aluminum. All of this has to be milled out. The appropriate pin locations have to be drilled, the correct diameter, and I believe that's all that has to be completed. But as far as magazine weld, that's there. But this is the area where all the fire control components have to be machined out so that the pieces can be installed into it. So it comes as unfinished. It's not a firearm in that position as it's configured.
I don't think I have anything else right now as I process that information.
You'll get another chance. Mr. Robinette, you may ask.
I just want to understand, do you mind putting this two together again?
No, no.
Can I take the magazine out? I might take the magazine out?
Yeah, as long as you don't put it around it.
As long as you don't do that.
It's okay. Bolt carrier's just gone forward.
No rounding there, right?
That's okay.
All right, so the top is the 7.62 upper, is that correct?
Correct.
And the bottom is a 5.56.
No,
That's
it's just it's a completed 80% lower.
Okay, and then on this one right here, this is a 5.56.
Correct.
And then this is a complete
Tennessee Arms.
Now, these two are magazine. Can a 5.56 fit in this magazine?
Actually, that is the 5.56 magazine. 300 Blackout can fit in there. 458 SOCOM can fit in there. A number of different
How
calibers.
about 7.62?
Length, it may fit. The problem that you run into is the curve of the magazine. Because of the taper of the cartridge, that magazine style doesn't allow them to function completely. It may cause the magazine to either not feed at all, it can jam up.
So if I take this magazine and put it in this, would it fit?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, then would it fire? Would
Okay.
it fire?
Would it fire?
Yes. If it's,
Again.
If it's 5.56 round, it will fire.
No, I'm not saying that it will or it won't. 5.56 is the smaller diameter.
Yes.
That will fit inside the larger chamber. The difference is, will that 5.56 cartridge travel deep enough into the chamber that the bolt face cannot make contact with the head of the cartridge case? If there's not enough contact, firing pin will not detonate.
Okay. Now, so I apologize for
That's okay.
asking this same question, but you're saying that the 7.62 rounds cannot fit in this?
No, I'm not saying that.
Okay, it can fit, but it just be a little bit bigger, but can it feed into this barrel?
If the magazine will allow it,
This magazine, particularly this magazine.
again, if the magazine will allow it, yes, it would depend on if you fill the magazine completely, if the cartridge is jammed in the magazine, if there's a defect in the magazine, if the follower, all of that comes into play, because this magazine is not designed for the 7.62 cartridge. If you put a 7.62 cartridge on the top of this magazine and that's it, a single cartridge, I'm 99.9% sure that it will feed the top cartridge. When we're referring to magazine design, it has to be designed so that it feeds and functions for the full capacity of that magazine. So if you stack them in there, it's probably going to jam up.
Okay, so that's what I want to know. So if you have like 4 or 5 7.62 rounds in there, you might, the first one might fire, but the rest would jam up.
Not that it will fire. It may pick up off of the magazine.
But
It may go into the chamber. No, when we're talking about jamming, I'm talking about the magazine jamming because the inappropriate cartridge. The 5.56 is smaller diameter, and it may feed deep into the chamber, but it won't make contact with the bolt face.
What, I understand that, but I'm talking about the 7.62 round. If you have 5 7.62 rounds in here,
Okay.
okay, and it would not feed to this.
It may or it may not.
Okay.
We'd have to stuff this magazine. But as received, this magazine was not in this firearm. It was not associated with this upper receiver.
So as of right now, if the only way you would know if it will fire if you stuff this magazine with 7.62 round, correct?
Again, we're talking about magazine function versus the gun firing. The gun will fire 7.62. I can't tell you what the
So you don't
magazine is
know.
going
Yeah.
to do.
Okay.
But I can tell you, this magazine wasn't associated with this upper receiver at all when it was recovered.
Okay. You want to take that one out? And this is what was obtained from the 7.62
7.62 upper, this lower.
That lower.
So this, will this magazine fit?
Yes,
And that will feed it.
that will feed. This magazine is designed to feed the 7.62 by 39.
And the same question vice versa. That magazine, would it fit this
Yes.
firearm? And but would it feed in this firearm?
Again, the magazine may feed, but if you've got the inappropriate cartridge in it, you may not get appropriate chambering and headspace.
I think I got it now.
I have one follow-up. Is there anything on this, so I see on this photograph we have on the screen, you can indicate that this is a Tennessee Arms blower. Is there a particular number on this that is individual, or is it just the maker?
In that photograph, serial number is not visible.
Okay, so this could be any black Tennessee Arms blower receiver.
Could be.
Okay. And, other than the color, well, you noted that you felt there was something specific about the coloration of the gun.
Correct.
But the upper in this is mass produced, correct?
I can't tell you that.
You can't tell us.
AR-15s are very much like Legos. You can buy them one piece at a time. You can buy completed pieces. You can buy complete firearm, complete upper, complete lower. So I can't tell you how this originated.
Sure. Well, you examined probably thousands of firearms in your career, correct?
Correct.
Have you seen one that looks like this before?
Exactly like this.
This coloring?
I've seen lots of different colorations, but no, I don't see anything that has this resemblance that I can recall.
Okay.
For example, I've had in the past 2 years, examined about 100 different comprehensive cases, which included over 2,000 different firearm components. So I see a large volume, and I can't see anything that reminds me of this color. But I'm not only looking at the color, I'm looking at other items as well.
Do you have an opinion as to if that color is potentially from the factory or if it might have been added by someone?
I'm going to say 99.9% sure it was not completed at a factory, reason being, this was not a complete lower receiver. So it had to be,
I meant the upper, I apologize.
well, then you would be buying components from 2 different locations with the exact same coloration. So yes, I do not believe that this came in some kind of mass production.
So for the record, so the record is clear, if we can swap them back.
Yeah,
Yes,
put it back.
that was going to be my suggestion.
Yes. I might, at 5 o'clock, my brain has to take things one at a time, so let me do it this way. Then we'll move on.
So, and Judge, I know we've addressed these 2 photos, so I think obviously we talked about sort of the content on those, but I think we might need to readdress some of the videos, what can actually be seen and some of them now using the firearms and the.
Okay. Let me address the firearms themselves first, and then we can talk about the.
That's right.
All right, so the court conditionally admitted both of these rifles, and the court does now find that the state has met its condition to show the relevance of both loaded receivers. The casings that were found at the scene, at least some of them were 7.62 rounds, and we have seen photographs, and Sergeant Dalton has now explained that the 7.62 upper receiver will operate with either the lowers, and we've seen photographs with that 7.62, what appears to be that 7.62 upper receiver with both of the lowers. So I think that condition has been met by the state now, and the rifles themselves are permissible well, I think I've already admitted them, so now I'm finding that the condition has been met, so they are properly before the jury. These 2 pictures that we've seen here, I think, are also the conditions have been properly met to show the relevance of both lowers with the 7.62 upper. And so there's other videos you think we need to address?
Yes, Judge, could I ask, obviously now that we all understand the lowers testimony, is it necessary that we admit the entire firearm, or can we just admit the lower since it is removable, and that way we're not prejudicing the jury or And
This is
one-
how they were found, and I think it'd be more confusing to split them up. And I don't think there's much prejudice to the defendants at all, the fact that there was, two completed weapons there. So I'm okay with the guns coming in. And so what was the additional question about photographs of the weapons?
Your Honor, when we had our 404B hearing on Friday, we had watched a number of videos. I think the state has them ready here. So now that we sort of know what we're talking about, I think just we can probably address the probative value of each of those with a little bit more detail. I would renew my objection. There's one video in particular, maybe there's two, but there's at least one video in particular where it is completely dark. It has the defendants in a car going.
It's hard to see the guns.
Going through a drive, you basically can't see the gun at all, unless I'm missing something obvious here, but I don't know that you can identify the gun with enough detail that it has enough probative value to be admitted. And that is as to one specific video.
I think it's in 215 video. Yeah, I'm trying to. What would the drive-through mark? I think that's.
Yeah, will it help if you hit play, like if you play the show, will it pop up?
You see, I don't think.
It's that one, that one right there.
That one, yeah. So, see, it's not gonna,
Yes.
it's not gonna play,
Is there a way, General, that you can send that to me later, like an email attachment? I'll look at it in more detail, Ms. Mathis.
I can send all the,
Just now that we're not talking about it in the abstract, I think it's a little easier for everyone to see kind of what firearms we're talking about, what uppers, lowers, stickers.
do I need to send you all of these videos?
Just the ones that the defense is objecting to. So why don't y'all get together when I leave? And y'all figure out what it is and just send it, email it to me tonight, and I'll revisit those. What I'd like to do now is turn to the Ridgeline projectile. And so Sergeant, the next issue I want to address has to do with a projectile that was recovered by Rachel Warren on March 3rd. Do you know what I'm referring to?
I do, the Ridgeline.
Okay, did you do examinations on that projectile?
I did.
All right. And so what I need to determine on whether or not that projectile itself is admissible in this case. So I need to know what you did with that projectile and what your results were.
Okay.
So if you could just kind of give me a narration of that, and then I'll let the lawyers ask some additional questions.
Okay, so basically with this case, we recovered pistol caliber, the 45 gap cartridge cases. 45 gap is a shortened version of 45 ACP. It was designed by Glock, and I think CCI or Spear was the parent company. The cartridge case is 0.2 of an inch shorter. Same bullet diameter. So we're talking about a .452 projectile that is designed to fire 45 auto, 45 gap. The recovered projectile that we're referring to in the Ridgeline is in 45 caliber, consistent with what I would expect the diameter to be from something fired out of a 45 gap or 45 auto. Going a little bit further in that, looking at the cartridge cases, they have been identified to the Glock firearm. The rifling of this recovered projectile is 8 right polygonal, and that is consistent with the rifling used by Glock in their 45 caliber pistols, 45 gap and 45 auto. So it was not identified to this particular bore of this recovered firearm, but it is consistent with what could have been fired out of it. It's not eliminated either.
So you couldn't make any further determination other than say that it was consistent
It's consistent. It could not be identified or eliminated as fired in this particular firearm.
All right, General Dillon or General Fitzgerald, either one.
The bullet projectile that was recovered from the ridgeline, I believe in your report that is dated April 16th, 2021, refers to it as exhibit number 28.
I'm sorry, which exhibit number?
28.
28, correct.
That's the bullet.
That's your exhibit number.
Correct,
28.
correct,
That's the bullet from the maroon Honda Ridgeline.
correct.
On the second page, your examination of those bullets at item 5, sub D, references exhibit 28.
Correct.
And you had referenced it in terms of your description as a fired copper-jacketed FMJ full metal jacket bullet, 200.2 grains, displaying 8 lands and grooves of right twist polygonal rifling in the .45 caliber family.
Correct.
Based upon your examination of that particular bullet, are you able to discount or include it as being fired from the .45 caliber Glock Gap weapon?
It's consistent with a projectile that could have been fired in the bore of this particular firearm.
That's all I have.
Mr. Robinette?
What are the firearms that bullet can be fired out of? You say consistent, it could be. What other firearms do you know?
I've actually provided a list on the, I believe. When we're looking at just the rifling characteristics of Exhibit 28, the 8-right polygonal rifling is used in Glock 21, 30, 37, and any of the other Glock platforms in Generation 1 through Gen 4 use that same type of rifling in .45 caliber, the .45 Gap, and also the .45 Auto. The FBI database also gave me a potential candidate of a Bursa Thunder as utilizing similar rifling.
When you said Generation 1 through 4, is that 4 different types of guns from 4 different generations?
Glock has changed their firearms slightly in design over the years. The Gen 1 through 4 has the basic polygonal rifling that they have started out with. The Gen 5s has a slightly different polygonal rifling.
So from this indication, there's 1, 2, about 7 different guns that it could fire from, is that right?
In caliber, yes.
So in this particular case, you don't know if it was fired from this .45 Gap that is in evidence.
Correct. I could not find enough individual characteristics to identify it or eliminate it as having been fired through the bore of this particular firearm.
So I have got
Ms. Mathis, questions?
I think that was the majority of it. Is this the only projectile consistent with a .45 caliber weapon that you analyzed in this case?
There was another portion of a projectile that had polygonal rifling, but it was small, so I could not provide any other detail.
Any analysis whatsoever?
Correct.
And again, this projectile just indicates general class characteristics consistent with a wide array of weapons, nothing specific to indicate a link to this case.
Correct. Could not be identified or eliminated.
Anything further?
General?
Knowing that its recovery was the result of having entered in one side of a ridgeline, passing all the way through that door, across the bench, rear bench seat, and into the opposite side door, and then lodging itself in that. Would the effect of that physics on that particular projectile have an impact on your ability to rule it in or rule it out?
Glocks are difficult in general with their polygonal rifling. It is typically smoother than most conventional rifling. So yes, every time that it passes through a piece of metal or any other substrate can cause damage to the exterior that would preclude or start to minimize some of the individual characteristics that I'm looking at. Another thing to consider .45 ACP, using that as a comparison, the most common bullet weight used is 230 grains. .45 gap, believe the most common bullet weight is in the 200 grain class.
And that's what this one was.
This happens to be 200 grain.
Very good, thank you.
Sergeant Dawn, if a bullet is lodged into a vehicle, is there a specific way to remove the bullet?
I can't go into that. It would depend on location and how you can get to it. Sometimes you just have to do what you've got to do to get to something, and it may require cutting a vehicle apart, starting to remove components. It just depends on the location.
But during the removal process, could it damage the bullet?
In the removal, there's always a potential, but it would be less likely that that damage would be anything more significant than the damage that's already occurred by passing through the vehicle components.
But that would also, if there's damage to the bullet, wouldn't that be damaging to the specific markings on the bullet?
Again, just going through the car body components itself could do that. With this particular projectile, if memory serves me correctly, it had no other significant markings that would tell me that somebody grabbed it with something sharp or anything else. It was still pretty smooth all the way around, more consistent with passing through sheet metal is kind of how I would describe it.
With this particular bullet, do you know how it was extracted?
I do not.
Okay, so you don't know how it was, but you just received it, is that correct?
Correct.
So I'll have you.
Yes, John. Ms. Mathis. All right, I just want to make sure I understand, Sergeant. So how many projectiles or fragments did you examine in relation to this case?
If my math is correct, I've got 6 total.
All right, and those 6 projectiles or fragments, can you divide those into specific types of weapons or calibers?
Okay, all right. We'll have to put you into 3 different groups.
Okay.
2 have polygonal rifling, consistent with what I would observe in a Glock. 1 is identified as .45 caliber. The other was not large enough to reach a further conclusion. There was just a lead fragment that had no identifiable characteristics to it other than likely being from a fired projectile. The other 3 are .30 caliber with a 4-right conventional rifling, consistent with the rifling observed in this 7.62 by 39.
And then one of the 2 projectiles, with the polygonal rifle, consistent with the Glock. One of those is this what we're referring to as the ridgeline.
Correct.
All right. And the one that I think you couldn't, there's no characteristics, I believe.
Just the lead fragment.
And the lead fragment. And that was one that was recovered at the scene, is that correct?
No, that was what was recovered out of our victim.
Oh, okay, that's what we did. Okay. All right. And so let's talk about the 45 casings. Did you examine any 45 casings?
Yes.
All right. Explain to me the lack of differences or the differences between the ridgeline projectile and the casings that were found at the scene.
It's consistent in caliber. The class characteristics of the markings on these cartridge cases, even if we did not have a firearm, are consistent with what I most commonly observe associated with Glock firearms. In this case, all of these .45 gap cartridge cases were identified to this particular Glock. The recovered projectile from the ridgeline is consistent with what I would expect to be fired out of a Glock barrel.
Very good.
I have one follow-up.
Yeah, I'm gonna start with that.
Okay.
Any follow-up on that? I think Ms. Robinette's next.
No, yeah, it was just one clarification point, because
Okay.
I don't know if I misheard, or, so I think the judge asked you about the 2 projectiles with the polygonal rifling that were consistent with the 45.
No, not consistent with the .45, just consistent in polygonal rifling.
Okay.
It was too small to give a caliber.
And you said that that was, we know one was the exhibit 28.
28 is the small piece, and, I'm sorry, 25 is the small piece, 28 is the one from the ridgeline.
Okay, I thought you said one of them was inside the victim, so you're saying that's the one that there's no identification.
The lead fragment,
I just
correct,
wanted to
correct.
clarify. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Anything else,
I'm saying that it's consistent with what I would expect to be fired out of a Glock 45 barrel. That's what I most commonly see in casework.
But you don't know.
It was not identified or eliminated.
To my question, you don't know for sure because you listed about 4 other different type of firearms that could be fired from.
The findings of an examiner are either an identification, an elimination, an exclusion, or it's damaged too much for comparison. So it is not identified or not eliminated.
Well, that's my question. You're saying that you listed other firearms, but now you're saying that it could, it's going to be fired from a 45 gap. So
It could have been.
My question is that you don't know for sure.
I didn't say that it was, sir.
That's all I wanted.
Again, it's not identified or eliminated. Those are the findings as an examiner.
I think I get it. I think that's all we got for him, right? What's that? Yeah. See you tomorrow at 10 o'clock, sir.
Yes, sir.
Good night.
Thank you for the CLE credit. For all of us.
Well, I can tell you all about loading 7.62 rounds in a 5.56 magazine, and I don't want to explain exactly how that happened, but I have personal experience with it, and I know what happens. All right, so I really understand this issue. I'll be glad to listen to additional arguments. I will tell you I'm going to write it up because it's a pretty significant finding, I think, in this case. Maybe not. But I will listen. I think I know everybody's positions, but I certainly will welcome additional argument if y'all want to. Anything?
Well, yeah, I'm just saying that based on his testimony, he doesn't really know who was fired from this particular firearms or not. So it's essentially our same objection. So actually, his testimony kind of support our position.
Yeah. Anything to add to that?
Don't have anything to add as to the Ridgeline bullet that we've kind of previously stated our position on the record.
Yeah.
As to, the 2 Snapchats that we discussed with the uppers and the lowers, I just don't think that I agree that it's individual enough. There's not a serial in the picture.
Is that the 2 videos or those 2
The
images? we
snap,
saw?
so I think just the screen, I think are they just screenshots, General, of the Ethica sticker?
The one on the
essentially?
jeans, and is that the one you're talking about? And then the one that we blocked out, the text?
Yes.
Okay, I know.
Yes.
I know.
And so, my position there is that, the black lower on the Tennessee arms, there's nothing that's specifically identifiable enough. We know other firearms are involved in this case, and we're not putting that before the jury. I don't think it's specific enough to draw directly to this case, to kind of outweigh the prejudicial value of it. And then I would renew, of course, we've renewed our objection as to these videos, and ask the court just to look closely at the kind of the layout of these in the context of the testimony that we've heard here about what would or would not have been an operational firearm, which I think if the state is trying to say that they're going to try to place a weapon in the hands of someone that's linked to a shooting, then they need to be able to show that it's an operational firearm. So I think that if we have a firearm that's not going to properly feed or not going to properly shoot more than one casing, then I think we have an issue there, and I don't think that it should come to this.
All right, anything else to add on that? All right, so I can go ahead and rule on everything except for the Ridgeline projectile, I believe. So as far as the Snapchat pictures, as I said, I think the state's sufficiently connected those weapons to the defendants when they were seized at Cathedral Lane, and also I anticipate through Sergeant Dalton, the upper receiver, the 7.62, and I don't think there's really much prejudice at all to the defendants that the lower receiver is also connected to an upper that was there, and we don't know which lower receiver was connected to the upper during the time of this alleged shooting. So I think those are okay. The videos I will look at in more detail when the Attorney General sends me those tonight, just to make sure that the weapons that we've talked about, these 2 that are in here, are in fact what's being depicted in those videos. And then the Ridgeline projectile, I need to think about and write that one up tonight. And I'll get that to you. Probably about, I guess, say 8 or 9 o'clock tonight. I'll get that to you. Okay. Anything else from the state?
Not from the state.
Ms. Mathis?
On behalf of Mr. Davis.
Robinette?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thanks for all your hard work, folks. We will stand adjourned until 9 o'clock. I'll see y'all around 10 o'clock tomorrow.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Hold on. One other issue, folks.
We had asked, we had filed a notice
Yeah, go ahead.
We'd filed a notice to rely upon the certification of the keeper of the records for Apple as well as AT&T.
We did the Apple today.
Well, she marked it for ID, but we didn't introduce him. And so the keeper of the records of the iCloud account,
Yes, Your Honor.
and what was the AT&T was phone records?
Phone records.
All right, are there any objection to the authentication through the keeper of record certifications on either?
This is Mr. Isaac's issue, but yes, he is objecting, I think, to the certification.
On both, on the
Yes, Your
iPhone?
Honor, because I think we challenged you with the
What's the basis of the objection?
Well, the certification, now, we don't know if it's actually signed by a person, because I believe that, and what I'm thinking of, he would just type it in, it's not signed by a signature. This is
The iCloud
serving it
certification?
correctly.
Do you have a copy of that, Joe?
I've got copies of the AT&T and then the iCloud.
Yeah, we've already marked that one.
So let's mark both of these. Hey,
Yes, yes, Your Honor. Object.
what numbers?
386.
And the 386A. So this is going to be 386 will be the certification as pertains to the cell site towers. 386A is going to be the certification as pertains to the AT&T phone records.
This is what we have a problem with, Your Honor. Do you want to take a look at it?
Sure.
So, Your Honor, we received this in a Word document, and you see the signature line. We can't tell if the person signed it or someone can just, basically, type
Yeah,
it.
use one of those fonts, so that's like a signature font.
Yes, and, you know, I can just go over there and just take that name off and just put my name on it. Just type it down. How do you know that came from the person that authorized it? We don't know if it's trustworthy or not, Your Honor.
And Mr. Davis makes the same objection.
Yes. Is it the same objection for the iCloud account?
Was I right? Is it one, are they both AT&T, but it's two different custodians? I do not recall looking at,
That's what I can't tell.
Which ones?
Which defendant does this apply to? Both of them? Both of them?
That's going to apply to both, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
well, the iCloud account is in Mr. Jordan's name, but the evidence found in it is being offered against both defendants.
Right.
So,
So I guess what I'm saying is there's three certifications, right?
okay.
You got iCloud that Your Honor doesn't have.
No, it's down there.
The one that's signed by the signature, I think that looks like a real signature. I would like to see the original, is that one, but
So the objection is that they're not officially signed, right? Well, that one's, looks like a signature.
I mean,
What's the objection to the Apple one on the iPhone?
that one I don't have an objection, you know.
Okay, so it's the AT&T records that we're fighting
Those are the two
over.
I'm objecting to.
I just don't, yeah, I
Yeah.
apologize, Your Honor. I
That's
don't
okay.
recall. I remember seeing a Word document.
We got this from the iCloud that actually does have a signature on it.
This actually looks different than what I
Because
remember
my,
seeing, but.
my expert actually say, he just sent me a copy of this with his name on it, so how do we know this is true?
Sounds to me like your expert's forging documents, but,
No, for as an example, to show me, so that we can count authenticity.
I wouldn't tender that to the court if I were you.
I don't know.
All right, so does the state want to be heard on these?
Yeah, we believe that it complies with the rule. I mean, I can tell you, Your Honor, that's what we got from AT&T. The other than from the cell site tower, that's what, Matt, I understand what Mr. Robinette is saying, but that's what Mr. Wild, that's what he told us.
How did you receive these, through the mail or what?
AT&T, I believe AT&T emailed Ms. Burkett, the one for the records, for the phone records. The one for the cell site towers, that's what we got from Agent Wild when Mr. Robinette was asking for the cell site towers. And so what Mr. Wild, I anticipate Agent Wild's testimony to be that they reach out to AT&T. AT&T, their habit or routine is for them to send them the cell site towers along with that authentication record.
Well, that's interesting. I haven't had that one before with typed in signatures. So let me think about it tonight, folks. I'll roll on that one as well too overnight. All right. Anything else? I don't think I need to take these with me. I know what the issue is. I don't think I have to need to study me lunch. I'm gonna let Miss Andrews hang on to this. All right. Thanks for all your work, folks. I'll see y'all tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Have a good night.
I apologize. Do you have the